Hey everybody, and welcome to episode 4 of the Deadly Jaws of the Lion playthrough series. In this episode we go back to Hole in the Wall and we go to a Black Ship. Two more scenarios that are kind of in that opening tutorial section, if you like, in the original board game, but have actually been fleshed out to be full-fledged scenarios here in Gloomhaven Digital. A big thank you to all of the supporters over at Patreon, and also a special thank you to Mike Kira for the legendary support. I really appreciate it, dude. If you'd like to get involved in the Patreon, then go over to patreon.com/mandatoryquest, where you can get early access to some of my videos, discounts on merch, and also just get involved a little bit more with the content that I make. Of course, if you'd like to catch one of these episodes live, come over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest. The Deadly series usually runs on a Monday, and we've been doing like Mondays and Wednesdays at the moment because of how recent Jaws is. But if you come over the stream either on Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday, chances are I am playing Jaws in some form, but the Deadly series is always on Mondays. All right, let's get into this episode. So today we are going straight into Hole in the Wall. We do need to reset, right? So that, didn't they say we need to like do something like this, and that will apparently reset it now or something, so that we're playing on the slightly nerfed scenario. Although, to be honest, I think we played pretty well anyway. I think that we were very close to winning on the pre-nerfed version anyway of the scenario. Ooh, okay, voting time, chat. A nice early poll. New poll. Which option are we going for? Option 1 or option 2? So a witch, an Inox dockwalker, slurs loudly from the corner of the sleeping lion. She came out of the sewers and turned the foreman into a fish. You turn back to your drink, but the man keeps shouting, "I'll stake 3 days' pay for anyone who can kill her." Suddenly you are interested in his ramblings. You follow the drunk's directions, which, predictably, gets you hopelessly lost in the network of sewers under Gloomhaven. You're considering just tunneling to the surface when you hear scratching behind you. You draw your weapons and turn, ready for a fight. An ancient Valrath stands feebly before you, bent and wizened with age. A cord of dried fish hangs around her neck. She ignores your weapons and silently points a gnarled finger past you, down a nearby passage. Do we option 1, cut her down and claim the reward, or option 2, she's just an old hermit in the sewer, leave her be and follow where she pointed? Oh, some people are being nice. 3 days pay. I mean, how much is 3 days pay in Gloomhaven? Well, people have got option 2. Okay, she's just an old hermit in the sewer. You wave farewell and start down the passage, but the crone follows close behind you. She wasn't pointing your way out, but instead guiding you towards a small hovel where a cauldron bubbles over an anemic campfire. The Valrath pours each of you a cup of the most delicious fish soup you've ever tasted. And after a pleasant time sipping in silence, you leave feeling much heartier. You wonder why the dockworker would make such unkind accusations against that poor sewer hermit. You have been blessed.
You can't shake the uneasy feeling that those vermlings were too close to the city walls and decide to revisit the scene of their ambush. Perhaps you'll find signs of the blacksmith there too.
Anemic. Yeah. Anemic. But anemic, that isn't like a word that I would have thought. Anemic is like lacking color. I don't know. Is that even a word that you can use in that sentence? I don't know. It just seemed like a word that didn't belong being there. Maybe I'm wrong. It felt like a word that didn't really belong in that sentence, but I don't know.
The tracks are easy to spot.
It can just mean weak as well. Okay.
Their subtlety. You follow the scratching and the indications of a body being dragged until you find yourself.
You think it's a blood? Yeah, that's the way that I was seeing it. Anemic being like you're quite pale, like you're quite pale and a bit frail. Like if you look anemic, it's like, you know, all the blood's kind of come out of your face. You're looking pale. That's how I guess weak. Weak is, yeah, fair. Weak and sickly. Yeah, sure.
The sun is very low, but something isn't right. That isn't just a shadow cast across a lower section of the wall. It's a hole. The Vermlings have made a nest for themselves by burrowing.
How industrious. Okay, Recluse. Never end your turn adjacent to any of your allies. That's pretty hard for us. Kill a monster with an attack that has disadvantage. I guess we're not doing either of these, huh? Can we even get muddled? I suppose we have ranged attacks. Become exhausted before any other character? No, never going to happen with her. She's got the most cards of everybody. Never allow your current hit point value to drop below half. That's pretty possible. Objective, never use a potion. That's pretty horrible. And each of your turns adjacent to any of your allies. God. Perfect. Sure. I mean, we can stick around. Conservator, never burn a card to negate suffering damage. Be targeted by attacks from 3 or more monsters. And I guess we do this and hope. And hope. I think we were pretty happy with the way we played last time. We just didn't... We underestimated the second room. The first attempt on this one, we underestimated the second room. There's no way I forget about one of those goals, right? I think I pretty much forget about all 4. And if they happen, they happen. Just whatever. I mean, potentially I could do the hatchet one, but it's kind of hard because then if the favorite is never in a decent position, like if we get the favorite lodged at the back of a room somewhere, well, that's gone, isn't it? Hopium, yeah. Have I refreshed now? I think so. I just took a character out and added a character in, and then the autosave thing happened, so I presume so.
You crouch low and try to sneak closer, but they must have...
I mean, this looks like exactly the same, though. This looks exactly the same to our first attempt. I think we were a bit crazy the first time. You always have trouble remembering battle goals during the scenario. You're like, as I've said before, when you're playing Deadly, if you make your battle goal, great. If you don't worry about it. You can lose a scenario by chasing a battle goal quite easily in Deadly, so I always stay away. Well, I guess we're going to go for... Are we going for big shield on the first turn? Big shield first turn. Just sort of see how we do. Ooh. Oh, I need to play shield spikes. I messed up. I need to play shield spikes, right? Actually do need to play the card, though. Off to a good start. That's not just an innate ability. You have to actually play a card for that. Oh, man.
Crouch low and try.
Hey, Comfy Chat. It's so overwhelming to play 4 characters at once in this game. I think it can be. Once you get into a bit of the rhythm, though, I think you can get... I think it's doable. Just need to get into a... Just need to get into a nice rhythm, I think. Once you kind of understand roughly what everybody can do, I think that makes a big difference. Have I done the same thing again? I think I have. Come on. Where are you? There you are. Right. Bless you. Nuke, nuke. Why did I restart? Because I didn't play Shield Spike's top, which is like the only reason to make this play. Hey, Nonsensical. It is going well. How you doing, buddy? This 55 is really kind of awkward, actually, huh? Not really what I was expecting. I was hoping a bit better than this. Oh, well, there's a blast straight away. Nice. Don't really like these target twos, huh? We just have to go in here and just try and take the disadvantaged hit, maybe. Does hide armor and shield work with shield spikes? Yeah. It's just not the most efficient way of doing it. Oh, that's huge. Thank God for that, huh? It does. It's just not the most efficient way of doing it. So far, battle goals in check. Somehow, the battle goals are actually working right now. Okay. So, we've got a stun. This is my problem with Explosive Blitz. It just doesn't quite do enough. I would love it if it did a little bit more than this. Okay. We'll skip the move here. We'll just sit here. Except Redguard. No, his is fine, right? Never end your turn. Oh. because there was somebody there? Okay, that was poor. Sorry, I thought maybe we'd gotten away with it. Yeah, you're right. That's unfortunate. Oh, never allow your hit points? Oh, shit. Yeah, this is gone too. Nice. Okay. Seems good. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
What's he doing? He's gonna go. That's a lot of damage. It really is. Just hatchet things. The heal is so badass, just screams at them and they feel better. Moral support, you know? There's some good, strong moral support. Imagine if they could loot your favorite, chat. These guys. Had to kill them to get it back. I kind of like that mechanic. Vermling stealing our gold? Yes, but if he stole our axe, then we'd have a real problem. Then we got a proper problem on our hands, huh? Mm-hmm. Need to do something about this guy, don't I? Really, at this point? Huh. So we got light. What can we do with this? Barbaric instincts is okay. Shocking advance is pretty good too, though. What am I doing with the Void Warden here? I think I need to stun. So I could do a curse. I could do a disarm on this guy. I think that would be fine. Okay, the old disarm, eh? Something I'm a huge fan of. A ricochet from this. If I ricochet this. Probably should have just done the advantage anyway there. I forgot that I could have done that. But it worked out. We killed them both. That was the plan. That was always the plan. Wow. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Sad chat. So sad. You wonder if the hatchet can play the saxophone? Okay. As long as we don't accidentally forget to pick it. Okay. Well done, chat. Well done. Good job, everyone. Good job. I think we'll just keep at this guy, huh? Okay. What do we want to do next turn? I still feel like a big heal with Black Boon is kind of where I'm at. 43 and then a stun, maybe? Feels like it'd be pretty reasonable. How dare you? How very dare you? So Barbaric Instincts into just Flaming Sickle, maybe? Big Black Boon. Another nice crushing weight here. And a stun on this guy. This is very rude. $20. Now that I'm not a huge fan of. That could be a little bit of a problem, hey? In fact, it could be a huge problem. Is there 3 of them as well? Oh, no. See, this is like the problem with this character. What do we got? How do we beat 20s? Like, really powerful ability on 20. In fact, apart from the Red Guard, nobody else can consistently beat that out of this party. It's rough. You can only have a maximum of 1 ticket. Sir? You can only have a maximum of 1 ticket for the giveaway. So if you get that, it's because you've already got a ticket. You're already in. I mean, I could be burning 2 cards here. Right? Get another cart back just in case. I think I got lucky there with just one, chat, if I'm honest. Very lucky with just one. Newt, Newt. Hey, Professor.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that's a loady damage. What tickets am I selling? I'm not I'm not technically selling anything. I don't like the way that they use the word bought. But essentially we're doing a giveaway, exclamation mark giveaway. Crispy Dog Meat was kind enough to offer up 5 Jaws of the Lion keys for me to give away to the community. We're going to give away 1 per stream for the next 5 streams. If you go exclamation mark ticket, you get yourself into the draw. And we'll do it at the end of today's stream for 1. And we'll do it, keep doing it. And if you should get a message saying that you've successfully bought a ticket, and if you have, then you're in. Everybody can only get 1 ticket. And you don't need to subscribe or do anything. There's no buying anything. It's just you're in. You should have to take your money. I would gladly take it, but not for a giveaway. Because that would be illegal. Okay. This is very awkward now, isn't it? Just want to kill this guy, and he's really not playing ball. I'm gonna have to hide on my red guard. Never feels good to be hiding on your red guard, huh? Now, if we can kill this guy, which we should be able to, right? Is it better to get the strength in here and just do an attack? Probably is. Strengthened attack versus an attack of 3. And I can do Wicked Scratch from there too. Okay, well, there you go. That will do it. Bonk. Are we winning? I think we're doing okay, although that was a bit rough. I think we've traded a little bit here in terms of kind of we had to burn one card on the red guard. We could have maybe done some more impactful burns on the demo, but we've traded a little bit of longevity for a slower start. What am I doing next turn? I'm probably just long resting, aren't I? We'll do something with these guys, I guess. Ugh. Always the -1. Probably short resting, to be honest, now. These Vermling Raiders are just really rough. It's as good as. As good as. Lure of the Void. It's a pretty good one. GG. It's over. It was a good run. It's a good attempt, chat, but it's over. Shouldn't have done that. Terrible mistake. Actually, it's the worst mistake I could have made there. Why did I do that? And we just lost retrieval as well. It's definitely over. All right, well, this is going to be interesting at least. Redrew? Yeah, I shouldn't have redrew. I mean, I thought I'd be okay. I thought I'd be okay. It was a rookie mistake. I just moved away from the axe. Yeah, it's fine. I can go back and get it. That's not a problem. Don't worry about that, my friend. We can get that. That's no problem. Wow, this is not looking great, I'll be honest. This is probably the weakest I've felt at this point. Last time we were at least kind of doing pretty good. This time, no. Definitely not doing good. Hard to say where it really went wrong, but I guess we should have just burned a card on somebody to do something a bit more special. Like last time I did, and it felt really good, but then we ended up losing in here. So I don't know. We'll have a decent amount of cards, but we short rested and we lost some of our best cards on both of our characters. We can play without retrieval. It just really knackers your kind of efficiency. Okay. We're doing a heal. In the hole from the start with the 5 attack 2s, first turn on the Vermlings. Yeah, maybe we should have played slightly differently there. I don't know. Nice that this strangling chain is going to do some work here, though. Changes what I was going to do here as well. I'll just disarm the other one, I guess. 1, 2, 3. Guards to help protect me. Thanks, Pelican. Appreciate it. What about the attack 2 move 2 on Axe? What's the attack 2 move 2? I'll make him fire. Oh, really? Again, you see, I'm going to have to long rest before the next room as well. Again. Already kind of in the hole. We're going to have a really quick second room. If we don't have a quick start to the second room, I might just call it and restart. Gift of the Void here too. Famantu, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate it, my friend. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the Adventuring Pie. Very kind of you to sub. I really appreciate it. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a great day. They've really amped these intro scenarios. They're a challenge. Well, they have nerfed them like, now, but I don't know to what level they've nerfed them. Like, I couldn't tell you. Like, guys are amazing. Managed you to support me. Oh, you're too kind. You're too kind. I'm glad you found it useful. Appreciate it, buddy. Welcome to the live stream. All right, let's go here. This guy. Ah. Probably could have been a slightly better time to draw that, but there you go. At least we got our axe back. We are just treading a little bit of water here until we get where we need to be. And then we will go in probably on the next turn or something. We'll long rest probably next round. Something like that. I think that's always a good idea. Whoa! Famantu! With 10 gifted subs. Dude, that's crazy. Thank you so much. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Dude, that's insane. Wow. Definite wow. Pog frogs and guards in chat. Dude, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Welcome, Amqb, Infamous Jasper, CGM, Propeski, is it? Von, Wudge, Haggard, Ellie, Rudy, Ilya, thank you so much. Make sure to thank Fumantu in chat. That is incredibly kind of them. Welcome to the Adventuring Pirate, all you lovely people. Make sure to thank him in chat. That's incredibly kind. Guards and pog frogs. Or toads. Technically toads. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready. Get ready. I think we might be leaving that goal behind. I know it looks a bit silly, but don't know whether or not we're actually going to get round to doing it. Long rest turn, I guess. All right. So, what can we do to enter this room? And what do we need? I think Master Influence has kind of gone away now, so I think we can get rid of that. It's just not a card that I find myself playing. And maybe in the later levels when we get a few more cool abilities to use with it. We did actually use Wicked Scratch in that last room, which worked out pretty well. This is the character I'm scared about right now. 3 cards burned, technically 4 with shield spikes. We're only going to have 1, 2, 3. We're going to have 6 cards. That's 3 turns before we need to rest again. It's not good. Pretty much all of these cards that we have in our hand are like necessary cards to playing our character well. I guess Desert Knight is probably the weakest. But we got 2 full rooms left to go. Maybe they made this room slightly easier. This room was exactly the same pre-nerf. So unless we haven't reset, I mean, the next 2 rooms should be easier. That's what I'm hoping, at least. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we don't worry about it, right? Right. Explosive Blitz. Here we go. Next turn, I think we go for something like knockout, crushing weight plus maybe. Oh no, I want fire bombs for the turn after, really. So explosive Blitz and bot, and then maybe just knock out the support top. Then we do crushing weight, fire bombs next turn. Seems okay. Doesn't seem much point in doing anything else here, you know? Yeah. Let's do that. No, I need to get Ricochet off. I think I need to get rid of Black Boon at some point. It's actually quite bad value. Played with it a little bit more now, and I just feel like it's just bad value. Late stun, maybe. Nuke. Here, Bones. Just kick some ass easy. Well, we should have a really nice turn this turn, at least. So... look at our initiative. No lower than 19 on this character. What is that? What even is that? Maybe we try and get some pull involved here. Oh, hang on. What am I doing? I need to go on 56. Doi. You're actually kind of bored of seeing verblings yourself? You want me to complete this? Oh, yeah, me too. We've just had a lot of verblings over the last couple of streams. We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, awkwardly, we can't do this, right? Oh, man, we can't because we'll open the door before her. Oh, this is so terrible. So we have to sit here and do nothing? This is another turn of do nothing. Genius. Oh, whatever. It's so bad.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Spicy? This is one thing to call it. Also just terrible, you know. Oh, I'm going to move 1 hex. There we go. Good turn. Good turn, Redguard. Okay. Oh, they have nerfed it. No shaman. I think there was one more snake, wasn't there? Or maybe not. There was definitely a shaman, an extra shaman in this scenario before. I mean, that's pretty good. Do I want to be in the corner here? no. My next turn was going to be fire bombs, crushing weight, right? But it's not really, it's not half as good now because the shaman's not there. I guess that works out. Okay, I've got a little bit more confidence now. Just a little bit more, because we're actually gonna only be facing these guys, and this should be fairly easy. We've got some good pull opportunities here too. So next time we do follow through, I think. Hey Dragon, I've missed the first 3 streams. What are the heal X on the Viper? So that means that it blocks all heals this round.
Oh. Hello. Sounds like it's going badly. You know who can save this? Look. I've said this before. If you guys want me to save it every time, you need to bring me in earlier. You can't bring me in when he's already lost. That's hardly fair, is it? Look, what am I supposed to do now? I'm your only hope. Wait, that's good, is it? Brilliant. You see? That isn't my fault. You didn't bring me in early enough. Oh dear. Oh dear. Right, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do now. I suppose I should use one of these. You do it again. Glad I'm here, don't have to hear MQ whining because he's losing. No, you can hear me whine instead. My wines have a nice tone of oh, thank you. That's a lovely compliment. That really is. Hmm. Okay, I like that. I like the look of that. Right. Let's see how this goes. 20? Again? Horrible. Right. Right. Oh, there you go. Never in doubt. I've never used the cloak on the void. Cloak on the void. Cloak. This. Yeah, all the time. Open doors, you know, all the usual stuff. Yeah. Right, get 'em. Time for a cloak, I think. What? What is this witchcraft? Right, that's it, I'm done. Stop bonking me. I've done my bit.
Demo seeming stronger now. She is stronger, although by doing that I had to go invisible because of what we were doing.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, Craig had to go invisible, you know? Hmm. $69. Ooh, there you go.
Nice.
Could just run away from him now, huh?
Nice.
Although, strangling chain would now work, huh? Did that do 2 damage to him? It did. Just 2 instances. You want to feel weird? How that guy say noise after 69? All that extra damage. Right, this room has gone quite smoothly, I will say. Why the bottom, not push 2, move 2? What do you mean? What are you talking about? He was immobilized. Hang on, what? Did I have to push? Oh, I must have just missed it. If I did, I must have just missed it. Okay. This is like an awkward round, right? Really awkward. Hmm. So we could use this to move him into this trap. Seems okay, but then the bottom is, you know, not great anyway. I would quite like to just Black Boon and heal big amount for 5 here. Just try and tank it a little bit. Long rest, long rest. Yeah, this is not very good. I'm going to have to short rest on somebody else as well. Who is it, though? Probably Demo. Kind of annoying, but there actually is a really good situation for that card in the next room. Really, really good use of it. Come on, dude. What? Eh? Oh, push all adjacents. Should push the red guard as well then, huh? Ah. It's like the one that I didn't want to happen. was hoping for a disadvantage roll there. Didn't get it. That's okay. It happens. It was time to get rid of Flame Shroud. They're saying that is one of our better moves. Well, actually, we're probably going to use that as a move now. We've got a couple of bottom shields already. Alright, we can do that. Hey, red shiny panda. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well too. You will miss your big one. Not even a small one to spare. Yeah. This scenario's not going great, to be honest. But with just because of the nature of it being a little bit nerfed, we seem to be getting through it. But I'm not liking the way that we've been playing, if I'm honest. It feels quite weak. In a similar way, you know, I'm not quite sure how I'm supposed to deal with this guy, you know? I guess I could pull, right? I could go to there. I could pull him. I could go to here. How do I get him through this trap? There's only 3 damage, though. Same with this guy. Yeah, I just do that, I think. Just tank up. Three damage. Still gonna have to be an attack, isn't it? Let's just use care package and then potentially just go and get it. With the bottom of stopping power. Okay. 85 again. Kind of frustrating. Means that this really doesn't work very well at all. We heal up again. Well, heal up. Shield up. There's a big attack incoming here. I don't feel good about that at all. Oh, come on. I'm getting very close to just hitting restart scenario on this one, chat. I don't know what this final room's going to be, but... that was good. How did someone redeem this before I drew it? Chat are very good at guessing what I'm going to draw. Suspiciously good. All right, well... looks like it could be over. We're going to have a really good last room. Like, so good. This Void Warden's going to have to go off. Again, I've done the same thing that I did before. I've just not used the Void Warden early when I should have. Not used the Void Warden abilities like in the first room just because I need to control so much. And it ends up kind of costing me, really. All right, well, that's good at least. Get a little bit of a turn off. You know, it doesn't do a lot, but it helps, right? You just finished that black ship with the difficult terrain everywhere and the narrow last room. That was interesting as well. I'm not looking forward to some of these ones we got coming up. I should, in theory, be able to start to control the enemy up a little bit more on the next turn. So the next turn we should be able to move him into the strap and we'll have a little bit more control. But we're going to be going into the next room with very little that we can really do. And that scares me. That really scares me. We're going to have to hope that there's hardly anything in there. We know that there's a decent amount of enemies in there. But, I mean, hopefully we can kind of deal with that. Okay. Is this the tuned down version? It is. There was no... The first room is exactly the same. The second room, there was no shaman in this room. So that was slightly different. That's some damage, all right. I need to get in and just do Shield of the Desert like crazy now, don't I? Oh, I don't even know where this is, like... I don't even know really where this went wrong, like in a big, big way. I guess the first room where that was at one turn, where we ended up losing, like, our really good shield, whatever it is, the 15 initiative on the Void Warden. Signs of the Void, that was bad. Retrieval, that was bad. So there's two things that we lost early on. But everything else has just been, I guess, relatively bad RNG as far as the enemy's concerned at times. I now need to use Black Boon, so I have to go after 21, which I can't. So... guess there's like one more turn, really. And we kind of hope that we just get there. Low initiative? Yeah, such a low initiative. It's a big problem. We're gonna have to use Black Boon to grant it. But just our terrible initiative that we have here. It's not good. I would say that I've now got 4 blesses on the hatchet, so I guess we're playing to our outs here a little bit. Do I even want to stun him here? I mean, an attack of 4 here into shield 1. Even if we have low health, it doesn't really matter because the next turn we're just running in anyway, right? Don't think I actually even want to stun him. Of course he draws the +1. All right. Stopping power goes now. So we have the long rest here, which we know. Kind of have the long rest here. It's going to be down to you guys. Yeah, so it's going to be down to you. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I guess I could just do fancy hat follow through. But I really want to go and pick up my thing. Can't push him away, though. That's the problem. I guess I just attack him for 2. On 12. Yeah, why not? Oh. So ridiculous. Here's where I draw the ×2 as well, chat. You know it. I know it. At least it was another less. Did I play Jaws of the Lion before the DLC or not? I played about 10 scenarios, maybe 12. I played around about half.
Wow.
Just under half, I think it was in the end. All right, here it is. This is so busted. Can't believe I'm doing this. This is so bad. Just away we go then, chat. Let's hope they actually draw something useful. Otherwise, we're playing the scenario again. Man, we just didn't get it at a good time, huh? Only 4 enemies. That is surprising. That's that's minus 2 shamans and maybe 1 other vermling raider. And we're still doing badly. I need to warm up. Damn it. Damn, I need to warm up. Hey, Dalal? I hope I said that right. You've played through Jaws. You recently started Gloomhaven. Which of the 4 Jaws characters do I enjoy the most? So far, I mean, I've played... The most I've played is the Hatchet and the Demolitionist, and I love the Hatchet. I think the Red Guard's fun. Red Guard's very fun. Void Warden, I think that at the moment, with the difficulty that I'm playing at, I'm not really seeing it as much as maybe maybe I could do, you know? Okay, good start. They have got a ridiculous amount of health, though, so killing these guys is going to be a bit of a problem, I think. What's the range of them? 3? 1, 2, 3. Let's go here. Big nerf? Yeah, huge nerf to what it was, for sure. Times 2? Oh, well, at least he dies. Well done, Red Guard. You did your bit. It was kind of a good final turn, right? There's a couple of big damage traps here. 7 damage, huh? I'd love for these guys to have to walk around. I'd love that. Just like that. Ah, close. It's time for an invis in the door, maybe? Didn't really need to disarm them. Okay, now they're in nice positions to walk into these traps. If I can get them into these traps, I feel pretty good about this, if I'm honest. Oh no, have I messed this up? Oh, I think I have. I'm not close enough. Oh, I suppose if I move off here, I can explode this. But then it's only 2 damage and a stun. Is that really worth it? Versus just doing, like, hopefully 2 damage to them both? Or crushing weight, 3 damage to 1? Yeah, I think it is. Push it, it's just a kill. Yeah. Alright, well, this ends up being pretty underwhelming, but... at least I did something. Wasn't anything crazy, but it kind of worked. Now, if we can methodically see this out with these two, we might be able to do this. It's going to be hard, though. I feel like all of these are pretty damn good right now. Even Ricochet still. Maybe care package, because it's just less... care package is less flexible right now. We don't really care about the heal. I'd much rather have the push to maybe push into this trap, right? Could have used suggestions to move again into trap. I'm thinking about that for a future turn. I'm aware of that, but that would have been a burn, right? I'm trying to play slow and methodical here as much as I can. So if they don't move, really we're in an okay position here. They've got range... I think they've got like range 3 as standard. So I might get hit by one guy. Attack of 4, it's me being poisoned. I guess they could do their move 3 wound thing, which would be pretty rough if they did that. Alright, maybe I shouldn't risk it here. How do I make ice with this? Anything else that makes ice? No. I have 2 advantage. You draw ×2. Yeah, we've got that. We've got give and take. Plus, I've got my goggles back, so we should have an okay shot at maybe hitting a ×2, at least somewhere in this final kind of bit. Give and take, and then run away. Okay. It's working out okay so far. Oh. I needed to use my boots to get onto the favorite. Needed to use my boots there to get onto the favorite. I got ahead of myself a little bit. That was good, though. That was kind of like what I wanted to do. Worked out quite well, actually. Okay, so we'll go... There's new. More blesses and strengthen. 4 blesses in there now, chat. I can't loot. No, I can't. Oh, yeah, you're right. I can't loot it anyway. You're right. I don't know why. Well, I suppose if I drew a ×2 and he dies or something. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it's not worth it anyway. A little bit worried about them healing all the time, but... It should be okay. Right, so now I can do a big move. So I think we're going to focus on this, right? That's a little bit annoying. Like I said, I didn't really want them to do that. That was the thing I was sort of worried about. But I guess it's okay. You know, he should hopefully get close to dying now anyway. We should have a nice ricochet, at least. There you go. All right, simple, simple, simple. Okay. So we have to kill this guy pretty normally, which does suck. I have one control ability. I think the two cards that I want is Center Mass and Follow Through. Anything else I can get rid of. I think that was... that's pretty average, to be honest. Shit. This might be where it all falls apart. Shoot. Might not be able to do it. Hatchet long rest for advantage. Yeah, maybe I should have. It's okay. Oh, a trap. Hello. That's something, right? Hello. Very much something. That was nice. It's so close. You're crying. I don't want to lose this either. So losing the follow through there was pretty nasty. Now I'm going to have to just go for it, right? I think. I mean, what else can I do? Or I could long rest to just make sure I have center mass. I just take it, just tank a little bit here. Long rest, center mass. Fancy Hat gives me attack 3 anyway. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, maybe I should get rid of center mass and just go Ricochet. Fancy Hat, right? Yeah, it's fair. So in that case, I should probably just short rest here, because it's either way. It doesn't really matter. If I burn center mass, that's fine. In fact, actually, I probably want to burn center mass to go on 12 and just try and get it done, right? And then we move in, we get an attack 2 here, another attack 2 here. We might just lose here. Not enough health. Yeah, I can short rest because I'm strengthened. Yeah, right. We just go super early. Okay. All right. Time to draw one of them blesses now, my boy. Time to draw one of them blesses. Bless one time. Don't jinx it. Pelican. Don't jinx it. Ah! You jinxed it! You jinxed it!
Wow.
Three health. This is it. Win or lose here, chat. We're still in it. We're still in it. We've got to get a +1. I got to get a +1 to win. I didn't even play this. I played this one so bad. I deserve to lose this, to be honest. All right. Should I play it for the next turn? Okay, here's what we could do. This is so close, right? Very, very close. But we have a couple of options open to us now with that draw. Okay? What we could do is we could go in and attack for 2, hope we draw the +1, win or lose, whatever. That's going to happen, right? Or what we could do is we could use this to move down here, move our hatchet up, so the hatchet's the focus for this round, right? We could then use give and take to poison him and create dark. Okay? Creating the dark is the important part here. These two there. This will mean Resign Frenzy's in my hand. Next turn, short rest, burn anything other than give and take, and then we get a move 4 with potentially an attack 2 on the bottom, and we get an attack 2. So we get 2 bites of the cherry next turn, right? That will give us 2 bites, basically 2 bites of the cherry. Otherwise, we're just hoping we draw a +1 and that's it. And we have 1 curse in our deck. I mean, our deck's pretty rubbish. That's the best plan. Yeah, I think it is. So we're going to go here. I'm going to choose you. Move you to here. Doesn't really matter. I mean, I'll poison myself. Why not? I mean, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, here. I'll just poison him. That creates dark. So he's going to attack and disarm. Would have missed anyway, which is kind of annoying because now in the knowledge of that, we could have had another go, right? But it's fine. Hey, you're only supposed to do that when I miss. Right, we want give and take. I mean, it doesn't really matter, I don't think, with the 26, but we want give and take. If he goes on 20 initiative here, we may just lose anyway. Okay. There's a chance. First attack 2. Okay. It's not a miss. It's not a miss. So now we just need to not miss. -1. 4 cards in our deck. 4. Woo, baby. Not even close. Not even close.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Oh, that's spicy. I love it. I love it. Nathai, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the quest.
Boy. A little bit spicy.
Don't ever do that again. You know I love putting you guys on edge. Come on.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
I do this just for the drama. Well, actually, no, because as you noticed, if I had done it, just gone in for the kill, we probably would have lost.
Foul nest cleansed of those wretched creatures. You take your time searching every nook.
So many mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes in that scenario, to be fair.
It can't be safe to have vermlings tunneling through the walls. It's
A lot of
enough to
mistakes.
fend off their raids as it is.
But it doesn't matter. We got it. We did it. We're behind it now.
Under some rotten wooden boards.
Oh, thank you so much for your Prime Gaming sub as well, Nathai. Really appreciate it for using your Bezos bucks. That's awesome, dude. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Adventuring Pie. Good to have you here with us. Hope you're doing well.
Some business arrangement written in crude scratching between the vermlings and someone by the name of Roland.
Always setting up for the last card ending for drama. Trust me, I don't do it intentionally. I would rather not nearly lose a scenario on the last turn as often as I do.
Apparently, in exchange for supplying fresh corpses, Roland would pay the vermlings in gold. And judging by the amount here, the vermlings managed to kill.
Trust me,
quite a
chat.
few
I'm not that good.
before you terminate
I'm not. You give me too much credit.
It's the only lead you have, so it's time to ferret out this Roland character. After resting at the Sleeping Lion, of course.
Ooh, I like it though. The chest is what? I think it's like 4 or 5 gold or something. So it's a bit of gold. Finally a non-vermling scenario. I know, right? 25 gold plus 1 rep, 14 XP. We should level up on a few people now too. The Black Ship. Ooh. Yes, nice. 2 level ups. Let's go. Right. Chief of Staff. Level 3. What do we get? Got Taunting Fate. Heal 6, range 2. Shuffle 1 Bless card into the monster attack modifier deck. Yikes. I mean, to be fair, with Iron Helm, do we even care about that? I don't know. We've got Iron Helm on most of our characters, so... We got Iron Helm on Hookerific and on Ruby, so... Do we really care about that? I guess, like, a target too could be a problematic, but actually, I guess we don't really care. Big heal. Yeah, it's a much better heal than the Black Boon too, right? Much better. 13 initiative as well. I'm probably taking this card just because of this. I struggle so much with my low initiatives at the moment. The next time you grant an attack this turn, add +1 attack to the entire attack action. Oh, consume ice, add +2 attack instead. All attacks targeting you, add +2 attack this round. This card cannot be discarded before the end of the round. Okay, so a little bit of a... Yeah, but you're never going to play this when you're going to get hit. So I guess that means that you just can't play it constantly all the time, but sure. I mean, just an extra 1 to, like, Wicked Scratch. I guess if we were going really hard on the Master Influence thing, this would be really good, actually. Range 2 is difficult to work with. Yeah, I can kind of agree with that. It is. It's a big heal, though. Next up is Commanding Presence. At the start of your next 5 turns, one ally within range 3 may perform a +2 attack action. A what? An +2 attack action? What? What? A plus... Is this worded funky, chat? Wait, surely this should just be... What? Is there a plus here that shouldn't be? Should it just be attack 2 action? Right? What? What is a plus 2 on what? +2 to what? mean, we're not monsters here. We don't care. Like, what? Excuse me? You don't think that's the same as physical? Compatible with summons? I guess, but it's still worded really badly. You think somebody can choose to add +2 to their attack? At the start of your next fight? Yeah, but then why would it be at the start of your turn? If it was that an ally could get a +2 buff for the next 5 rounds or whatever, it would be on their turn, they could do it. Not on your turn, they can perform an attack. It's just a 2 attack action. You've played it. Yeah, that must be what it is. It's just, I don't know what the +2 is about. That must be a typo, or or maybe, yeah, maybe it is something to do with summons, make summons a bit better. I don't know. But, yeah, very strangely worded. The bottom is move 4, curse self. Consume dark to ignore the curse. One ally within range 3 may perform move 3. Okay, well, that's a big upgrade to Black Boon Bomb. Difficult between these, huh? What was the other one? Move 3, muddle. That was the other level 2. Feels like Taunting Fate is just like the slam dunk pick here because of the initiative, and it's a good heal, right? May not matter. Taunting Fate is just better. Yeah, I mean, this is not amazing value for a burn, really. Obviously, if you were to get Master Influence going and you're getting loads of extra buffs and stuff, maybe it would be, but feels like Taunting Fate is the safe pick here. And I do need more heal. And Black Boon is not good, not a good heal. So I need some better heals. Taunting Fate will help the Red Guard survive a lot. Yeah, I agree with that for sure. I think the pick's got to be Taunting Fate, to be honest. The top off commanding parents can be awkward. Bless the monster. Yeah, you do bless the monster, but remember that this item here is very, very good because it counts blesses. It's just any ×2 attack modifier drawn against you is a +0 instead. So as long as we're... I mean, yes, we may be in situations where the bless gets drawn against, you know, one of the other mercenaries. It's possible, right? But in an ideal world here, Red Guard should be taking 70 to 80% of the damage in a scenario for us, right? Or at least high 60s. Like, that's... He's doing the lion's share of the work. You get it? Lion's share? It's clever. So you shuffle a +0 into the monster. Yeah, which may actually be kind of good in a way, because then if you're then diluting their deck, I don't know. Less likely to draw +1s, more likely just to draw +0s. %69% of the damage you'll be taking. Nice. The big question though is, what card do we get rid of for Taunting Fate? Obviously, it combos quite nicely with Wicked Scratch, so I think we probably leave that in. Black Boon would be the natural choice, considering that it's a better heal. However, the move 2 and the move 2 here is actually a nice little combo, right? With like a big Signs of the Void or whatever we want to do to try and position the Red Guard. And in that scenario, this came up clutch. So just being able to do something like this can sometimes really, really affect you. Feels like Close to the Abyss is maybe average. Blur of the Void's pretty damn good, though. Suggestion is maybe a slightly weak, I would say. But it's a decent initiative, so I'd rather keep it. Unless I just don't play Master Influence for now. Because I haven't found myself playing it at all. And we just played Taunting Fate instead. Although it is nice to have an 83 initiative chilling out there. Freeze the soul, but it is a stun. Suggestions? Yeah. This seems like the weakest card. Or Wicked Scratches, really. Am I ever going to use the bottom of this? Let's be honest. Am I actually ever going to use the bottom of this? No. I really don't think I am. If I do, I'm going to be using it as a default move too. This card will be a 13 initiative default move too for me more often than not. So if I'm not using the bottom of this, realistically, I should probably get rid of Wicked Scratch because it just doesn't do anything. And it's a fairly underwhelming attack. Or I just get rid of Master Influence and we just don't do it at all. Right? Like, realistically, how often am I actually going to do this? And be like, yeah, that was a good turn. If I'm playing a 13 initiative, it's because I need to go early. And why do I need to go early? Well, probably because I need to disarm something, stun something, or I need to move. Like, I'm not... And then if I'm stunning something, that's a bottom action. I guess I could disarm something. But then I'm not getting the granting an attack thing. So it doesn't do anything. Yeah, okay. I think it's pretty clear that I should just get rid of... I think I should just get rid of Master Influence, to be honest. Maybe keep the 67 as my late, or as my 89 as my lates here. Yeah. It's just a blessed poison. It's not good. It's not good. So I think it's a fair... I think this is an easy swap, to be honest. Because I'm just not doing it. If I was doing it, this would be totally bad. And if I was playing at a lower level of difficulty, or maybe even if I was playing solo, and I just wanted to play like, I want to be a powerful Void Warden, I feel like this is the route to take. But I'm filling a role here in my party, and it's very much a support role. And yeah, upgrading to an early initiative with just a big heal on it, that's going to go a long way, right? I'm already the Master Influence of Gloomhaven. No, I think you'll find that's Isaac. But thank you. Right. Axel, what do you got for us, buddy? Did someone mention a nerf to the first couple of scenarios? You got 250 hours plus and struggled quite in the beginning. Seems slightly overtuned. Yes. They have now reduced the enemies in both Roadside Ambush and Hole in the Wall in the latest patch. And they've made it so that you don't have to complete Black Barrow and Barrow Layer to start the Jaws of the Lion stuff either. So, yeah. Right. Fearsome Efficiency. This is a card that I am not a fan of at all, really. Attack 6, range 4. If this attack kills the target, one enemy adjacent to the hex in which it died suffers X damage, where X is the amount of damage the target would have suffered in excess of what was needed to kill it. So it's like overkill damage or trample, if you've played Magic the Gathering before. You're gonna attack something. If you kill it, and all damage that was in excess of what you needed to kill it will spill over onto an adjacent target. And it's an attack 6, and there's a good chance you'll use your favorite with this, right? Attack them for 9, probably going to be strengthened up. So let's say you do something like 10, 11 damage. So there's a good chance maybe you might kill something that's on 5, 6 health, and then maybe you'll do 4 damage to something else. Is that really worth a burn action? No, I don't really think it is. Considering that you can always attack that target and just kill it anyway. Like, just because you get overkill damage onto something else doesn't suddenly make this really, really good. And I actually find it to be actually very inefficient. I think that this card is... I don't know why the card's called Fearsome Efficiency, because I think that this is a very inefficient card on doing damage, because really your efficiency is picking up your favorite and using it again on another target straight away, right? Like, you do get to, I guess, get kind of like the favorite bonus almost across 2 targets in a weird way, because you're going to get that plus damage and it goes across. But I actually think that this is not a very good value burn. So it's there. The bottom is attack 1, range 3, add +2 attack and gain 1 XP if you kill an enemy this round. Now, this is actually pretty nice. I think that this type of ability is good, right? Especially if you wanted to just get the favorite going. So for example, if you wanted to do like a follow through fearsome efficiency turn, you could use the bottom here to get your favorite out, and then you could use follow through to then get the bonus straight away. So this actually has some nice synergy with the top of follow through if you want to sit in one spot, right? The gain 1 XP and +2 attack if you killed an enemy this round, it might happen, it might not. I really don't usually hyper focus in on this, but this could be a nice way of setting up a follow through, right? Use this straight into follow through. But I don't think that that's super, super good, but it is worth mentioning that I think it's a reasonable little combo there that you could use. The other card is Sharpened Blades. On your next 5 attacks, add +1 attack and wound, and it's a burn, so you've got a nice like active ability here. Goes out in front of you. This character has a lot of burns that come across when you level up. You get a lot of this type of thing dangled in front of you as you level this character up. I think that they're pretty much all of them traps, mainly because you only have 10 card hand and you're going to be burning the favorite immediately, so you're actually operating with 9 cards for the most of the scenario, right, apart from the first sort of rest cycle. So realistically, burning another one, going down to 8 or something like that, and plus this, you need to play at a decent point in the scenario to actually work, right? This isn't like oh, you just play it in the last room. Well, maybe, but you'd have to have 5 different attacks, and to get the 5 XP off, you kind of want to play it in the mid part of a scenario or something like that. So it's a bit of a weird one. I just think it's a little bit of a trap for what you're doing, and also I don't think it scales very well with some of the other level ups that you get later on. Like, you can get better things level up as you go, so just not a great option. The bottom move for consume air to get +2 move is actually very good for a big move. 44 initiative is, pretty rubbish, but that is a really nice move. So if you wanted like a good move card, this is actually pretty decent. And you can easily make air using like something like, what are we using at the moment? Power pitch bottom at the moment, right? So that's pretty good. So it's like, this card in general is probably, in my opinion, it's probably better than fearsome efficiency. Even though fearsome efficiency does have that nice little combo on the bottom, this card's got move 4 written on it, and movement is always important, and this character has got a fair amount of little move 2s and things, like move 3 here. I think you got another move 2 and push, you got a move 3, you got a move 2 and stuff like that. So you have got a few, but the thing is that most of them are tied to top actions that you really want to take, right? Like, when am I going to play this? I want to be playing this. In an ideal world. Center mass too. I want to be playing this. I don't really want to be playing this. So it is nice to kind of maybe have more of a dedicated move card. And literally, this card, the only reason why it's well, one of the only reasons why it's here is that it's a decent movement, but also this air element as well. But so it's not bad. Personally, I think the best thing to do here is to go back and take the other level 2. Repeat shot, attack 3, range 3, and you add +2 attack if it already has your favorite. This gives you a better version of follow through, right? It's basically a better follow through, slightly worse on the range though, so a little bit harder maybe to hit, but better. 1 extra damage, slightly better initiative. The bottom attack 5, range 3 is okay for a 1-shot burn if you just want to try and kill something super quick, because it's on the bottom, so you can do a nice double attack, especially if you manage to get yourself strengthened as well. So could be quite nice for just a big flurry of damage towards the end of a scenario. And yeah, it's an attack 3, range 3, which is center mass, which you're using anyway on a very similar kind of initiative, really. So I think it's pretty easy to go back, personally. Has anyone tried to build without the favorite? Is there anything viable? It'd be an interesting idea. You'd probably just use the favorite for its bottom action and its initiative. And then maybe you could use something. Oh, I don't know. I guess you'd just be a weaker build. I'm sure you could make it work, but whether or not it would be like, would it not just, you just be sat there thinking, why am I not playing the favorite? You know what I mean? Like, you'll just be kind of, it wouldn't really give you much more of an interesting build. It'd just be, you'd be playing very similar cards just without the favorite. I guess maybe you wouldn't play a card like Repeat Shot, or follow through, because they wouldn't be very good. So maybe that would give you some slight different variations in your cards, but I don't know. Could be worth a try for a Weird Build Wednesday sometime. You're running Hatchet without Fancy Hat, but with close cuts. Think Fancy Hat is more worth it? I think it depends on the scenario that you're playing. I think in general, if between those two cards, yes. Mainly because of the initiative. You need a really early initiative on this character just there. And I'd tell you how much I value something like this. Otherwise, your earliest initiative is going to be... well, this doesn't count because it's burned. So what, 24? I feel like that's maybe a bit risky. Having an initiative like this allow you to go super early. Plus, this is just an extra... This is extra damage for Disorienting Barrage or Ricochet, right? It's an extra 2 damage on an early initiative. Try and kill something. Close Cuts is also a melee attack, which makes it a little bit awkward because you have to kind of get yourself maybe in danger. I think if you're killing things quick enough, Close Cuts can be quite useful because you can... You know, if you use the favorite and you kill something, then on the next turn, you don't want to use something like Retrieval. You actually just want to go, okay, I want to move on to the spot the favorite is, and then I want to do an attack, so you could use Close Cuts. Then at the end of the turn, you loot your favorite. Then on the next turn, you can kind of maybe move away and then attack. The problem with Close Cuts is that this is a really weird initiative, I think. If this was initiative 80... I would say now we're talking, because you give you the opportunity to go really late, go in, do a nice attack with Close Cuts, attack 2 things, hopefully. And then on the next turn, you could go super early. Well, I say super early. You could go decently early, and you could run away and use your favorite again or something like that. I think the worst thing that Close Cuts has got going for it is its initiative, because it's like it's an early initiative, but you don't really... This character doesn't really want to do this kind of action early. It wants to do this kind of action late, because you're ranged, mostly, right? You don't really... And you don't have lots of health, so you can't really tank. It's just a bit weird. It's the kind of action that I would like to see on a late initiative. But it is pretty decent, because also this is awkward because often you don't find enemies actually next to you if you just play a lot of ranged, right? Or all ranged. So if you play on lower levels of difficulty, I think that you would probably find that Close Cuts might even be better because you can kill things quicker if you want to try and progress scenarios faster. But ultimately, I think you'd end up finding that you'd struggle to get this. You might get this occasionally, but that will be bad for you because you'll probably start taking hits of like 4 and 5 and you'll be dead before you know it. So like Close Cuts is a weird one because you don't really want this. Unless, of course, you can... I guess that the Red Guard can super tank for you or something, but it's risky anyway. I just find it to be a bit risky. I do occasionally sideboard it in, though, for occasional scenarios. You can use it early for hit and run. It's 25 initiative. It's not early. It's not early. That's the problem. Not consistent. Same, I think the 2 characters that suffer most with initiative in Jaws are the Hatchet and the Demolitionist. Both of them, maybe because of their kind of damage-dealing nature of both of the characters, I don't know. But both of them just kind of have very average initiatives, which often mean that you can really get unlucky and get screwed at some point. Compared to other characters, compared to like the Red Guard, who has all early initiatives, which actually sometimes is not great either. But, and I think that now that we've got an earlier card here, we're starting to get a bit more control over our early and late initiatives here. But these 2 are kind of stuck in this weird middle ground. I think Ruby's got a few more things going on because she's got an ATH she can use. But yeah, you're in like this kind of weird middle ground sometimes. And that can suck. Right, buying things. Do we actually have any opportunities to buy anything? Okay, we can buy a health potion here. Instantly make us a bit better. We can buy... Do I just buy a health potion on her? I mean, I don't know why I even bought this throwing hammer. What a waste. It doesn't do anything. But I don't have anything else to really use. Maybe a poison dagger? I don't know. Maybe we'll just leave that there for now. Boy, buy this. Buy this for 20. Stick it on. stick the throwing hammer in the other one. Who knows if we'll ever use it? I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. And we'll just chuck a healing potion on. Power potions we don't use. This could work quite well with Ricochet, I guess. Or do I want to just get a health potion? I think just healing potions in general are pretty good on these characters. I love the way we've already got 138 gold on Axel. Never know if we need that. May as well spend the gold. Gegs, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the Adventure Empire, my friend. Thank you for using your Amazon Prime Gaming Bezos Bucks sub here. I appreciate it, buddy. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Oh, cards to swap out as well. We didn't swap a card out there. We're talking about that for ages. We get rid of Disorienting Barrage and we get Repeat Shot instead. Pretty simply, because Disorienting Barrage we don't use with Fancy Hat anymore. We use Ricochet with it instead. Like, that's sort of like the goal. Right. Onwards to the Black Ship. Ooh, poll time, chat. We've got two options. An option 1 or option 2. Cast your votes. You are minding your own business in the Sleeping Lion when a rough-looking Inox sea captain rushes up to your table. I've been told all the folks to talk to if one has a problem, she says. A number of goods have gone missing from my ship at the old docks. I tracked the thieves to an abandoned warehouse, but I have reason to believe there may be more than I can handle. You look up at the huge Inox one more time and then scratch your head. Could be a lucrative opportunity, so long as you don't get killed. Do we option 1, demand payment up front, or do we option 2, accept the job proposal? Well, everyone seems to say accept the job. Straight up, blindly. Okay. Chat, you really do need to know how to negotiate. You need to learn. Just do it. It's fine. Hatchet's gonna fall in love with a sea captain. Accept. The Inox breathes a sigh of relief, and then a smile cracks across her face. Good to know I can count on you, she says. We outcasts have to stick together, right? You're about to agree with her. No, argue with her? You're about to argue with her assessment of you when she produces some extra coins as thanks. What? Why did we lose reputation for that? Was that not a good thing to do? I'm confused. Sure. Seems fair.
After getting your fill of stew and plenty of rest at the Sleeping Lion, you start off
5 gold for 4, not great, not really.
The first order of business is looking for information.
Not when you got 134 on the hatchet already.
Who seems to be making a trade out of buying fresh corpses. You'd like to know why.
I said before, and I would really like this, if someone did a mod for Gloomhaven Digital that increases the scenario level but doesn't increase the gold. Because I feel like gold makes the game a lot easier, right? You can just buy some items that are just going to help you out. And the increased amount of gold that you get by playing on higher levels of difficulty, I don't think is really necessary. I'd like a mod where we don't get that. It's just flat or something. Or maybe it's slightly more, but not greatly.
It's slow going at first, but you eventually find a pair of vermlings down in the sinking market who seem overly interested in cadaver disposal.
What are you doing?
After some rough persuasion, they cough up that they too are being paid by a man named Roland to deliver bodies. They even give you the drop-off location. Some derelict ship at the old docks.
Well, that was dumb. Mods aren't working right now in the game. Did Jaws the Lion break everything?
You head down to the pier and look around. It doesn't take long to spot the suspicious vessel. Not only is it leaking some vile black liquid from the hull, but there are two men wearing red robes standing guard outside on the dock.
8 months on the
After
quest.
staking them out
Hey,
for a few
Kira.
hours,
Thank
you
you
are
so much,
relieved
dude. Yeah,
when
8
the
months worth of
enemy
support. I really appreciate it, man.
time to quietly.
How are you doing, buddy? I hope you're doing well. The quest continues. 8 months and going strong. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Any tips for +2 difficulty? You managed to do scenarios on +1, but +2 is way too hard. Well, +2 and +3 are fairly similar. So I play on +3. When you start going up to like +2, it does become about playing the fundamentals of Gloomhaven well, and using like the kind of, let's say, like the more cheesy but the more successful tactics, let's say. So using invisibility in very clever ways to open doors. You need to think about that kind of thing a lot. You can't burn cards as readily as you would want to, because scenarios tend to go longer because the enemies have more health. So in a situation where before you were like, yeah, sure, I'll burn this card, do a bunch of damage, great. It might not necessarily be the right sort of course of action. Sometimes you have to kind of say, okay, well, actually, it's better for me to take the enemies on one by one and try and kill them more methodically. So it turns from like playing a game where essentially, you know, you can kind of burn cards to do big damage and just do whatever you like without too much of like a crackback, to, oh no, I'll do that, but then the enemies will still be alive. They'll come and they'll attack me and I'll die. So you need to start using control and visibility. You need to start managing your hand really, really well. Using traps and obstacles and things like that as well, massively, to try and shrink down the area. So it becomes a slightly different game when you go to increase like +2 to +3, and that's when you start getting into like the area where the game becomes like you need to play in a certain way in order to have success versus having a bit more flexibility. Like when you're in +1, you can pretty much do whatever you like as long as you're good at managing your hand enough. You can probably do okay because you'll kill things quick enough, but you just won't kill them as quick, and then you'll get hurt if you don't have a plan for that, right? Right, the black ship, Roland, is key to the disappearance. It's time to start asking around town about him. Giant viper, hound, zealots. Zealots. Rewards, an unclaimed reward. I've got a treasure as well. Treasure chest. Allow none of your allies to become exhausted during the scenario. Masochist, your health at the end of the scenario is equal to 2 or less. Sure. I mean, we're going to get a lot of healing, though. Let's do Protector. I think Protector is something we can do. No. Rip. Die Hard. Never allow your current hit point value to drop below half. Never perform a basic action. This is... I hate this one. Because you're going to. You are going to do a move 2. You won't do an attack 2, but you'll do a move 2. Collect more money tokens than any other character. Perform 2 actions with burn icons before your first rest. I think we can easily do this. Well, I say that. It's actually quite hard against him. We can't burn 2 things, though. That's too crazy. All right, looking good. Bring lots of small heals. Guess we're about to find out. You had hot head on red card once. I mean, that's fine, right? Because then it's shield spikes. I mean, you just do the shield spikes.
It seems as if your stakeout
What is it? Desert Shield or whatever it's called? Shield of the Desert. You just do that. Fine. You can make it work. All right, let's have a look at these guys. Okay. What do they do? Innate wound. Got 18 health. Move 4. Attack 5? 5. Look at this tiny room as well. What's this about? I like the scenery. It actually looks really cool, though. It looks like a ship.
No, That's a lot of damage.
It's a loady damage. I'll tell you what, the demo's gonna have a nice time in this scenario, huh? Plenty of walls, wouldn't you say? I would say that's quite a lot of walls. Can I make fire on my first turn somehow? Maybe I play shield spikes on the next turn? I'd really like to make fire on the first turn, because then I can rubble. I just put an obstacle there, which is just going to make this so much easier. And then we just do a big fire bombs. I hope they don't have a ranged attack. You don't remember Zealots looking like that in the board game? Well, remember that... Well, actually... No, these are a completely different model. I was about to say that maybe they've repurposed the model in Gloomhaven standard digital. But no, this looks all new. Yeah, the Zealots didn't have these weird flails, did they? These are elites. These are 3 elites. Maybe they look different than the regulars? Talk about, like... 4 player, here's 4 elite enemies. Have fun. Right? What's that about? The hell is that about? Normals are hooded? Okay, that makes more sense. They have jump? What? Oh, that's gross. I would have started back if I knew that was possible. Oh, crap. One's going to get there. Yeah, they're like falcons. They can fly, apparently. What the hell? Makes me wonder if I do actually pull this guy here now. No, I don't think I do. That's crazy. Oh, I guess I could move to here. I should have done that slightly differently. I should have gone here. I could have done an extra point of damage, I guess, if I'd gone here first. If I go here... But then the idea is that I don't want to be attacked by one thing. Nah, we leave it. We stay here. Tatsuro, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. I'm tempted to just move back now so that he goes to here. And then at least he's next to my red guard. So my red guard can tank. Otherwise, he's going to go... He's going to be here. He's going to attack my Void Warden and my hatchet. And that's bad times. So I think I have to move back here. Wow. I didn't play the favorite yet either. How did I don't know why I assumed I already had the favorite out, chat. I don't. Donk. Yeah. When you go into two scenarios too quickly, I guess. Oh, that was really stupid. Oh, actually... No, yeah, that was really stupid. We're not off to a good start. Okay. Not off to a good start. Oh, dude. I love it when you come up across a new enemy you haven't seen in a while. It's like, I have no idea what I'm doing. What am I doing? What are they doing? No clue. I shouldn't go back. No, we're okay. I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep going. Thanks for the YouTube video. It's really helpful for you and your friends. No worries, dude. Welcome to the live stream. Glad you found them useful. Yeah, just didn't quite work out how I kind of envisioned it in the end now. I don't know what's worse, these guys or... I figured I'm going to probably end up playing the favorite this turn, so... that was so awkward. Alright, well we gotta... I guess we kind of got to shield up here. Got Signs of the Void. Do a bit of a curse here. Play the favorite. Just play Power Pitch just to go late. We just do Crushing Weight here, maybe on this guy. Any traps or anything? No. Close cut plus the favorite. You can't use close cut with the favorite. This crazy old men are tough. Yeah. Got some strong granddad energy going on. I guess I could go for the double stun here. I have no idea what their initiatives are like though. That was an early one, right? 19. Okay, so 50. Okay. 19, 50. I mean, we're gonna be wounded so much that Is it really going to make a difference here? I don't know. Close cut bottom attack 2 and equip the favorite in the same turn. I mean, yeah, that's possible. I think that, like, close cuts isn't bad. I'm not trying to say it's bad. It never was. But it's just not... It's not for high level play. I don't think it's good. Because the initiative's not very good for what it is. And if you get hit by something, I don't think that you can attack something and move away. It's bad times. If you run into someone, you're gonna just die on the hatchet. You've only got 9, like, we got 9 health here, like level 3. And these guys are hitting for 5 with wound. Oh, they draw a +1, +2, we're dead. Like, that's not, you can't do it. Close cut, you, as a hatchet, a high level difficulty, you just want to hide. That's what you want to do. You want to hide and do all your damage from the back. Let this guy worry about that. They're not fast. Well, I just pulled a 19, so that's faster than 25 or whatever it is on close cuts. So, you know, just like, I mean, literally just happens. Nice. All right, one zealot down. Actually, you're 17 initiative when you do that. So you haven't played the favorite yet? I'm very confused. I'm very confused with the ordering of how you're doing that turn. So you're starting the game next to an enemy to do an attack, to move to, away, to then play the favorite. Okay, in that situation, yes, it's good. It's just not like... yeah, like... okay. Let's keep Warrior of the Sun and Swift Strength going. We'll just keep ourselves going. Taunting Fate's going to come into play here, though, huh? Keep this guy stunned up, maybe. 13, what are we doing here? 13, 16. We could stun here as well. We actually have a pretty decent turn with these guys. Now we can actually get the favorite off in a really nice way. Or we get the favorite off here. Really need to jump at the moment, right? I'm stuck. I'm so badly stuck right now. Stopping power is not going to be doing anything, I don't think, for us. Yeah, I get favorite and close cuts, but that's literally the first turn of the game. In the perfect, like in this situation, it would have, right? The problem with digital, now you could do some of this kind of stuff in physical, right? Where you would be able to see how the scenario is set up. And I have said before, I don't like the way digital does it. It doesn't show you the first room, or it doesn't even show you the layout of the scenario before you get to play it. If you are playing in the physical version, you see that map, you set up the first room, and then you're like, okay, guys, what cards are we going to bring? Sure, you could see that close cuts would have a really good first turn. With the favorite, you'd get an extra little attack off. Sure, okay, I can see that. Like, that could be an okay way of playing, but the chances are most people are not going to be changing one card around just because on one scenario, like at the beginning, you have an opportunity to use that one card. Like, it's just not... Like, because then after that point, the value is all gone. You've gotten value for one action at the beginning, probably a very marginal one too. Attack 2, move 2. It's not, You know, it's not like some sort of crazy powerful action that you're getting there. No, you only play digital? Well, now you're definitely trolling, so. Boom. I think I just want to keep this guy locked down as much as possible, really. Mm-hmm. Try and get out, maybe. I think we still stun here. I think it would be nice to maybe move. I think I'm most likely I'm going to long rest before opening this door, I think. Perks are not useful on Void Warden. Yeah, one of the common problems with the perk system is that often they don't work very well on support characters. I mean, she does, to be fair, she does have specifically choice to get around that with Master Influence and Resigned Fate, right? Is it Resigned Fate? Which one is the one? Is it Master of... I can't remember. There's one that does work. That you use your own, right? Master Influence. Yes, there you go. So there is one way, but if you don't go down that route, yeah, I agree. And they've addressed that in Frosthaven. They've addressed that. They're going to make, you know, perks will now be like also just cool things that give you some sort of, you know, bonus to your character rather than it being you just get to draw better cards. Don't really need this heal anymore. I sort of planned for that, but I don't really need it. Should have just gone for the center mass play, really. Okay, shocking advance, probably pretty good here. Can kill this, immobilize this guy. See, this is a really nice scenario for our guys, I feel. Really nice scenario for our guys. So all of this money. Already lost the Demolitionist's battle goal, pretty much. Now one action there. Retrieval top to kill and close cut the other guy here. You're really trying to make close cuts work, huh? Like, it's fine and it can work. Saying it won't, but I don't think you should try and squeeze close cuts into every situation. It's like every single card in Gloomhaven. You can find good uses for every single card in Gloomhaven. There's only maybe a few, like microbots or whatever, that are actually just garbage, right? They're just so bad that you kind of wonder why the hell they even exist. most cards are there for a reason and can be used. I just don't think it's for me, I don't think it's a reliable strategy. It's just not worth it for me. Can I give an example of a perk in Frosthaven? Absolutely. So the Drifter has a perk where every time you draw loot cards, you get to draw 2, pick 1, rather than having to just take the top loot card. Because loot's done differently in Frosthaven, because you could get gold, you could get an item, you could get materials to help build up the base and for crafting. So whenever you draw from the loot deck, which is always made up for each scenario, you will draw 2 and choose 1, and that's a perk. Another perk that character has is that they can use an additional one-handed item, I think it is. So essentially they have like 3 hand slots. That's a perk. There's perks for the Bone Shaper, which allows them to start with a summon already in play, I think it is. So there's loads of things. Like, each character has like 2 perks that are kind of not really to do with drawing cards, but more to do like with just the game in general, right? This is for the blast, right? Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go here. All right, we don't use the favorite there because we can't be bothered to go back and get it. Okay, we got the kill. Should be okay here. Do we get an XP for that? No, that kind of sucks. All right. All right. First room down. That wasn't too hard, huh? Need Plague Herald for that Baneful Hex. Would be quite good with this character, actually. Nice combo. Hatchet just threw his axe into the floor to loot. Wouldn't that put a hole in the ship and it sinks? I mean, maybe we're not. Maybe we're on the top deck. You know, we're not necessarily in the hull, right? Didn't even have to use close cuts. We're not talking about that anymore. All right. So long rest on everybody, right? Next turn. Well, we're long resting this turn here, so I'm in the ship if it docks. Oh, it's in the docks. That's true. It is in the docks. Okay. What to get rid of here? Maybe rubble, I guess. I don't know what this room looks like. This is interesting because obviously the Demolitionist is a character where it is nice to have a little bit of forward knowledge. Because obviously if there's some sort of really good situation for rubble in the next room, then I'd like to have it. We'll get rid of them. Rest. So, I guess the play here would be to explosive blitz this room. See what happens? It's a pretty big room, chat.
You burst into the cargo hold, and a foul smell hits you in the face. A river of sticky black liquid flows through the ship, pouring between the various cracks in the hull. The source appears to be beyond the far door, but first you'll have to fight your way past more ruffians and their pets.
What are you doing? Not moving, not moving. 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 Well, nothing will move, right? Skip the movement, stun these three, push this guy through the trap. Pretty nice turn, actually. Nothing can get me, too. Nice. That worked out very well. Hey, Gangster. Tap to see the tiles? Yes. If you ever need to see the tiles, you can just press tab. Hold tab. For some reason it's glitching out a little bit today. But yeah. That's really hard to see the difficult terrain, huh? Wow. That's super hard. Jesus. Yeah, I feel like they might need to do something about that. I don't know what they can do, but... that's really hard to see. I thought it was just detailing in the scenario for a second. First attempt? Yeah. Like my videos, very helpful. Thanks for them. No worries, dude. Welcome to the live stream. Yeah, almost all of the center hexes are difficult. Yeah. This is basically to get to this door, we're going to have to go through it, right? There's no other way about it, really. Okay, what do we get rid of here? Black Boon could be quite nice because it's like free movement across those types of hexes, really. Resign Frenzy is very good. It's going to be really good in this room, actually. I might try and play at this room. If you zoom in, you think you can see Hatchet's axe on the floor. What? Where? In this room? You mean what? When it's... what, with the favorite? When he drops it? I thought it was just a token. I just thought it had like a little indicator. I didn't think there was actually anything there. Is that not true? I thought it was just a token. Do I really care about Immobilize in this scenario? Because realistically, they're all melee. Feels like Warrior of the Sun is significantly worse than usual. I'd much rather just have like an attack 3. But then how am I making light otherwise, I guess? Ah, with the bomb is shocking advance or... yeah, actually, that's tricky. I don't have another good way of making light. Maybe Flame Sickle? Because I don't really want to pull them. I don't want to get into that situation that I was in before where I couldn't go like after 15 or after 20 or whatever it was. Strength's good too. Maybe barbaric instincts? I don't know. Kind of weird one, huh? I guess I could get rid of Desert Knight. Because it's really... Yeah, I mean, it's a disarm, but I feel pretty good about this scenario right now. Unless this room is somehow filled with elite demons of some sort. Like, I can handle this. This is super easy to handle, I think. Doggin, thank you so much for the resub. Using your Amazon Prime Gaming sub here. I really appreciate it, buddy. Welcome back. 7 months. The quest continues, my friend. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. The Zealots have arranged. I think I've seen them pull it once, right? Which was that turn. This turn. And it's only a range 3. Not that bad. We can deal with that. Is it time to get rid of Power Pitch? Stopping power with the extra range could be quite nice, though. Range 4. Ah, yeah, let's just do it. We'll just focus on things in front of us. For Hatchet, he really wants to kill these wolves quite quickly because they're a pain in the ass, right? Do we save up for the big one next turn? Do we think? Ugh, 20 being... This is rough. I want to go on 20. We need to do a ranged attack here, I think. I mean, I'm only going to take a little bit of damage here, so... Very small amount. Oh, I know what I could do. I could use Signs of the Void, actually. That'd be really good. Let's use Signs of the Void. Yes, so this will work nicely. So now I can play a double... I can play a shield top. Or a shield bottom, and it would still be useful here. I think the jump's quite important. We'll double shield up just in case something really funky happens here, but I don't think it will. Okay, nice. So the Zealots are doing move 3, attack 4, poison wound, consume air for a +1 attack. Okay, well, we are not making air, which is nice. Bam! It begins! Ho, ho, ho. Nice. Fancy hat!
Now that's a lot of damage!
It's a load of damage. Problem is now I need to try and secure this, don't I, huh? Wow. I can get it here to retrieve it next turn. The Dream Hatchet turn, double kill. Yeah. It's white fancy hat ricochet. That's the thing. Gotta respect the fancy hat. A newt newt. Lock it down. Do 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 do. I think I want to stay here. I mean, I could go here, but then I'm inviting... Oh, actually, no. This is fine, right? Because they wouldn't be able to get to me anyway. Yeah, this is fine. I think this is good. Yeah, he can't quite get to me. And it still it moves them around a little bit, which is going to be good for the big one next turn, which is kind of like what I want. Ah! The counter. You see? Not really a downside, huh? When Iron Helm exists. When Iron Helm exists. No downside, chat.
Nice.
No downside. Loot usually covers the axe. Never had anyone other than Hatchet loot the favorite space. I think that's why the loot one's kind of important. Oh, it is. It's on the floor. I swear it wasn't before. Is this new? That's much better. I don't remember that being like that. Maybe I always play it very high up, so maybe I've never really noticed. But I don't... In the very first build that I played, it wasn't a thing. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Covered by gold, usually? Ah, good call. Yeah, that's fair. What are we doing here? We're double shielding up. You pulled 3 times blast with a big one in this scenario. This is looking like a nice clumping, right? Good turn to use this too. Could be some bodies on the floor here. Anything could happen. Do they have Pierce? Oh no, it's the +2. Gonna have to get retrieval back now. Kind of blows. I mean, it's a pretty good use of this card, right? I mean, it's not amazing, but it's pretty good. Ooh. Any enemies adjacent to a wall? I mean, he is over there, I guess. I think we have to fall back, though. Got 2 cards. Care package is so great for removing poison wound from the red card. Yeah, it's surprising how far just a little heal every now and again really goes. Really is.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Oh, that heal 6 has been so good. So good. Okay. What's my next turn look like? I could stun something, couldn't I? Really? Like, these guys should be... This will be dead. These guys will be pretty low. I'm just worried about not having a very good shield turn next turn. Giga Knight, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. The 6 heal is stupid good. It's interesting how they balanced it too, right? By putting a bless into the enemy deck. It's like, it's a negative, but not really a negative. Definitely ways you can play around it. Which I think I like, because then it kind of forces you to use Iron Helm. But Iron Helm is already a very, very good item, so it's... They've actually made a good heal, which... I mean, shock. I didn't think it could be done. Makes Iron Helm even more important. Yeah, definitely. Nice. There you go. Look at all this lovely loot. Why the axe drop there? Because unfortunately, well, we killed the Viper over here because it was on low health. So we went to go kill it. It's okay though. We got boots, we got retrieval. We can go to here to pick it up now, and then we can attack something behind us like this. So it's fine. Everything's under control, kinda. I mean, do I just burn Shield of the Desert? How many enemies really can be in this room? Even if there was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 enemies, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like, what am... It can't get any worse than this, right? Do it, I think.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Yeah, I mean, sure. It's spicy, but why not, right? Last stream's not too bad, at least on normal. I mean, that's a really good value barbaric there too, huh? I'd tell you what, the combination of poison and wound together, though, is kind of brutal. You opened the last room with explosive list and the big one. You just went all in. True, I have used some of my better abilities now, but I still have some good abilities on the Void Warden left over, right? So you shouldn't be too discouraged. Give me my axe back. Bam. Easy 12 damage.
Wow.
Wow. Demo's getting stuck in as well. Chest is good. I'm definitely going to get this chest. Not too hard to get to, though. Could be a... Like, if I knew that trap chests weren't really a thing. But, you know, it's... Like, it's almost too easy to get, right? If regular Gloomhaven has taught you anything, a chest that seems a bit too good to be true probably is. Right, okay, we've got a couple of good things we can do here, I guess. Little bit awkward here, I guess. Oh, boo. Just a little bit awkward here, because I would kind of like to do extra damage here. Try and kill both of these this turn. I think it's possible. But it's a little bit risky. I'm going to go for it. Redguard's got some serious loot so far. He's very, very sick, yeah. Very sick right now. I guess I probably should have disarmed this, because actually I really don't care about that, thinking about it. Yeah, that was a mistake. Really, I should disarm this guy, because if he attacks here, we're going to heal the wound off anyway with the long rest. Yeah, let's just quickly restart that. I did that. I shouldn't have done that. Let's just quickly restart that. Seeing as we know we just clicked on the wrong thing, essentially. We should have just taken it back a little bit. Can't push him with the hatchet. Oh yeah, I suppose I could, couldn't I? I kind of forgot about that. TR227, thank you so much for using your Prime Gaming sub here, buddy. I appreciate it. If you're using your Jeff Bezos bucks. Appreciate it, buddy. Welcome to the adventuring party. Good to have you here. I hope you're doing well. They were not moving. Have I just confused myself? Maybe, slightly. Oh yeah, I could push them with the bottom of follow through, I suppose. Yeah, true. But oh yeah, I could push them this way actually. Yeah, that could work. That could work. In a weird way, though. Oh, is that bugged? No, okay, because it comes after it. Right. I was going to say, what happens when you draw a curse? It should still do the damage. But of course, it came after that particular attack. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da. Actually, it's the perfect turn. Yeah, I suppose it is. Because we can just push this guy away now. Very, very angry hatchet. Which did you being prompted to select confirm was displayed. You accidentally quit out of the all attack 2s from Void Warner, so when you had 4 more to go through. Yeah, there's a few things like that. I sometimes also find it quite difficult because obviously streaming and trying to keep track of everything and making sure that I resolve everything in the right order can sometimes be... Yeah, that could be tricky. That could be an issue sometimes. Let's push something I really care about anymore. Could be. I feel like everything else has got some decent use here, though. Perhaps I won't have as many obstacles to destroy, right? So let's get rid of that. No more obstacles, unfortunately. Okay, so we know we got the stun on this guy, and we could maybe just go and get the... Maybe we just get the chest. 82, a little ranged attack. We'll be able to get us. We just jump on this. What do we get, demo? Ooh, a doomed compass. Not bad on this character. I'd say it's probably better really on the Void Warden, of course, but not bad if you just want to try and get somebody next to a wall or something before your turn. Or on your turn. Put the merc's name there when loot a chest, but it cuts off the name of the item. The merc's name's too long. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Right, not making the same mistake again. I need to keep a late initiative just in case. So I think we probably do get rid of Shocking Advance. And for you, I think it's probably follow through. Care package, you can make it sort of a good case for here too. But I guess we've got repeat shot anyway, so... To be honest, this scenario's been quite short. I haven't even used repeat shot yet. Haven't needed to. That's kind of crazy, right? Would have thought you would have had to have used it. Strangling chain on this guy. I think we need to move. What am I going to use for my move here? Recenter mass. We should be able to do a really good amount of damage on these guys. Repeat shot is just attack 3, range 3. Yeah, which is fine. But the favorite is more than fine. We haven't been in scenarios where it's mattered as much yet. It will matter at some point. What are you doing? 1, 2, 3. He'll be able to get to us regardless, I guess. We'll keep him out of harm's way. We won't use that yet. What do I prefer, the favorite or Dooms? It's a good question, actually. Really good question. I think the favorite because the problem with the Doomstalker in general is that you end up kind of just stood in one place a lot of the time, and you just kind of cycle between them. Whereas at least with the favorite mechanic, well, it's more damage for a start. It could be. Well, maybe not actually, because you kind of have to go get it back. So maybe not so much. Probably a little bit less damage actually, but then maybe your attacks are slightly improvised. I don't know. I don't know exactly, but maybe a little bit less damage actually with the hatchet. But just the fact that you have to worry a bit more about your positioning and go and get your favorite back and pull up, it just makes you a little bit more involved. I'm not a huge fan of the characters in general in the game that are like very solo oriented characters. So Doomstalker's one, Eclipse is one, I'll go as fair as to say Lightning Bolt sometimes is one. These are characters where it doesn't really matter what anybody else is doing. You're just playing your game and doing your thing. And the hatchet is similar, but it actually has a little bit more synergy because you need to, like, you can heal your allies, you need them to get out of the way so you can move in. So you care a little bit more about your movement of your team and about where the enemies are and things like that. So there's a little bit more kind of cooperation with this character compared to maybe the Doomstalker 2. So, yeah, I think I like it. True is more of an involved ranger, yeah. You like that, miss? Bang.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
I'll use my boots to get on top of it. It's important that we don't waste a round later having to go get it. Yeah, true. It's more of an involved ranger. Yeah, exactly. And I don't like the I don't really like the mercenaries that don't interact with each other and don't create like an interesting combination. It's like with Eclipse. Eclipse is the other one. I think Eclipse is the worst offender of all of them. Because it just doesn't... It's just literally, hey, don't consume my dark. I've got it covered. Like, that's literally the only conversation you need to have with your team throughout the entirety of the scenario. It just doesn't make for a very good multiplayer experience. As a solo player, it doesn't really matter. You're kind of just playing that way anyway, so whatever. But in a multiplayer way, it's really bad. And Doom's not quite as bad as that, because they do have a lot of Dooms that kind of like give allies buffs or can like incentivize your allies to attack the same target as you and things like that. So that there is a little bit more going on with that character. But a lot of it does become play my Doom, attack, play my Doom, attack, like whatever, you know? And I think the hatch is just a little bit more involved, which I like. Yeah, or curses in the deck. Yeah, or like invisibility, I guess. That character uses that a lot, so possibly there's some function there where you'll say, hey, you know, can you go invisible here? Or I'll go invisible there, sort of thing. It's a little bit of that, maybe. Might be a bit of a mistake, because that's quite good at healing off the wounds in this scenario in particular. And Doom's range 5, which hatches only range 3. Yeah, that's another good point. You can't, like, you kind of still have to move. You can't just pick a spot, like, here. And be like, cool, I'd stay here for the whole scenario, guys. It's fine. I got it. Don't worry about it. Okay. I think we know we just want to kind of get out now, don't we? Get out to the door, even. Honestly, I might just do a little attack, 2 attacks here. I need a decent move. Don't really have a decent move, do I? That kind of sucks. This is just going to be a lot of moving too towards this door, huh? The slow moving too towards the door. I should do this attack first, just in case somehow I kill him. There you go. All right, let's go for the big heal 6. There it is. Oh, glorious. Like the enemies don't even exist. Don't even exist. Doomstalker's a badass. He's your favorite. He might be the coolest character from base. Yeah, he's a very well-loved character. Because his mechanics are cool, and he looks cool, and he does a lot of damage. So, but in terms of being an interactive multiplayer character, I don't think he's the best.
Yeah, boy. A little bit spicy.
Ooh, time to get rid of this. We are low on the demolitionist here, huh? We still have 1 big burn to go. Explode. I don't feel like there's going to be... I mean, unless there's an obstacle right in the middle. I mean, is this Jaws of the Lion? Who knows? Maybe we get an obstacle in there? That'll be great. Obstacle there, obstacle there. It could happen. Do I just go for it, hoping that that's the case? No, that's just dumb. Let's not do that. We're gonna open the door with this and this. I mean, I guess that's a pretty good way of opening the door. 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It gets us in the room. Gets us in the room.
Hello? Hang on. Is he actually doing all right? I thought you usually get me in here when he's doing rubbish. He looks like he's doing all right. Well, let's make sure he definitely does win then, shall we? I'll do the most important bit. Let's make sure he's nice and safe in there, shall we? Right. Up. Use my boots. In we go.
The smell gets even worse.
Oh, there is an obstacle in the middle.
Cabin. More of these robed madmen are performing some sort of incantation over an altar piled high with severed limbs and unidentifiable mounds of flesh. With the flies buzzing and the strange guttural chanting, all you want to do is get as far away as possible. But you have a job to do, so you commence with the killing.
Commence with the killing. I like the idea. I like the sound of that. Oh, well, difficult terrain. I guess we've got to stop here then. Range 3. That's a little bit awkward, isn't it? Good job we're moving. Are the enemies all elite here? Well, I don't think I've seen we've seen a regular snake, I think. And a hound, maybe. But no regular zealots, no. Right, there we go. I think we better get you out of there, better we? I don't think that looks like a very safe place to be, right there. Not a good idea. Oh, only the one. There you go. Gonna do some smashing with the demolitionist. She loves blowing your rock up, that is. I'm not sure what you're trying to imply there. Not sure I quite understand. This awkwardly didn't work now, really, did it? Unfortunately. You know what? I probably should have moved you, shouldn't I? I don't know why. I thought he didn't have any range. Oi. Right, I'm done. I'm finished. I kept him safe. My job here is done.
Thank you for that, Craig. I appreciate it. Kind of messed up, though. Should have moved him another time. We could have. Wouldn't have taken all of that damage unnecessarily. But it's okay. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect. I think it's a good time for one of these, isn't it? I think so. And then we stun them afterwards. I think that's a pretty damn good card. $35. Perfect. Right, can we actually get in? Yes. Here we go. We haven't done this in a while. Right, this is poison. Attack supply wound poison. Get him. This worked out very nicely, huh? Not Craig's finest round. 2 total damage. He likes to do damage in 2s, though. Okay, so these guys are going to be kind of in play here. So I could take the 1 hit on my Demolitionist here if I go invisible. Or I could take 1 hit here. I mean, it's an attack 5. Sorry, attack 4 with wound. It's pretty bad. I think I'll just use my cloak here. I need some way of creating ice, chat. It's like better. Do I want to go? I could go Lure of the Void kind of late, I guess, next turn. Should be okay. Should hopefully be okay. Did I mess this up as well? I have not been playing this very well, have I? What's that? 7 damage? 1, 2, 3. I mean, I think I just do it. I just take the damage, right? I don't care. Damage smammage. Heal myself or the red guard? I mean, the red guard is long resting. Heal myself. Void making the cultists lose their minds even further. Yeah, they have no clue where they are, right? Guess we'll see if we can get like 1 more turn out of her. If I'm going to burn a card, that'll be the card to burn. Iron Helm, baby! Very scary. So, we're still doing pretty good, but there's a lot of enemies to kill here. A lot of enemies to kill. Okay. So, what are we doing here? Just keep going on this guy, I think. Short rests. Is it better to attack for 5 here, or is it better to get a stun? I think it's probably better just to attack for 5 right now. We can hold the door. Oh, this is a new one. Move 4, attack 4, range 2, wound, heal X self, where X is the amount of damage suffered by the target. What? Well, that's pretty crazy. Dude, that's insane. Do I move away out of that? Well, I can't, because the red guard's gonna take it anyway.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. I think I have to run away from it. I don't think I can fancy hat now. She's gonna die anyway, so may as well get some loot on the way out. That's a huge heal. We could just lose to that. We got a long way to go here.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That's a load of damage. Right, how do I want to go about doing this then? Jump to like, what's my next turn? This and this, I guess. If I go here, then I can target all of them, right? Which is kind of nice. But then I don't make fire for the next turn, which is kind of important. Unless I do a disadvantaged attack. I guess I should... Wow, do I attack this Viper here or not? Interesting one. I guess I'm going to go super early next turn anyway, so it probably doesn't really matter. Do you have the timestamp where I said pretty easy scenario? Hey. I'm still in it. It's fine. These guys have got a lot of health, though. Kind of surprised that suddenly they appeared, you know? It's a good idea to strengthen. I mean, I guess, but. Then we short rest next turn. What are we doing next? Oh, next turn after. We need to do this, I guess. We're going to do a stun and Signs of the Void next turn, maybe? In which case, a disarm would be quite nice, but then there's no point doing Signs of the Void. Alright. Punish me. Do this to me. We're gonna need some serious damage, aren't we? So let's not screw around here. It's gonna be close. What are these whip-wielding weirdos? Supposedly zealots. Very fancy whips, though. Very, very fancy whips. Okay. Go to here. If they do too much healing, I don't know whether or not I can deal with them. Like with all of this healing that they're doing. I don't know. If I move him back one, then these guys will clear out for this, maybe? Or if I move him to here, then we'll get 1, 2, 3. We'll get them all, and I'll just be in the corner. That will give the hatchet some space. Like, I'm trying to figure out a way here so that my hatchet can actually get in to get this safely. And the way to do that would be to maybe drop to here. Then this guy would filter in, what are we, 5, 3, 1. So this guy would filter to here. This guy would go to here, which would be kind of okay. If I go here, though, then we're going to go there, there, and there, which may be better. Because then I don't have any, like, disadvantage draws and stuff, right? Then I literally just need to step away. Oh, hang on. No, that doesn't work. Because now this guy is going to be focused on me, right? One, two. Oh, it means the hatchet can't attack, really. Because the hatchet can't go here and attack. Okay, let's undo that slightly. We'll redo that a little bit. We're very close here. I forgot that the hatchet's only got range 2 on his attack. Need a good strangle chain next turn? Yeah, for sure. Getting one down quickly is going to be pretty key. Get it down to 2. We've got a good amount of control with this character, so feel like that might be okay. Okay, so we're going to go here. We're going to go boop, boop, boop. This. We're going to get this. We're going to get this. Red guard could pull them away. Yeah, that's true. I don't think it matters too much, though. It's you. So yeah, he's just gonna have to sit there, really. So now we can go to here. Hey, not bad. If only we had our favorite. Oh, no, dude. Really? Really? That's what you're going to go with? A +2? I could risk it. Try and get the heal off next turn before he goes. Right? What's my turn? 19, 16, and 19. I have a 13. What's the favorite do? The favorite adds +3 attack. It's my little axe here, but I have to have it, and then when the enemy dies, it drops it. So you need to go get it. It's like your axe wedged into them. Maybe care package on the hatchet. That's true. We've got that too, right? Yeah, I guess we've got some stuff. Let's hope we get better on these 2 flips. Is that it? That's dead, right? Oh, we could have just lost. We just lost this scenario out of nowhere. I actually felt really confident about this. This last room was just miserable. Maybe I shouldn't have pushed into the room. And I was very, very sure of myself back here. I played that, I played my Shield of the Sun, whatever it was, back here, because I was like, like, there can only be like 3 enemies in this room, right? No, it turns out there's 5 enemies in this room. With 4 of them being these guys. I mean, that's it. It's over. I didn't think we could do anything about it. Because pretty much GG. Oh, and this guy blocks me anyway? Oh, of course, because it's 2 rather than 1. Oh, man. And now this guy's blocking us. Yeah. I don't know about this one, chat. I don't know about this one. That was like the one I wanted. Might not do anything anymore. such a good card. But I feel like I need this right now. Oh, come on. Very sad. Brutal. Yep. I don't know. Think I've just been buried alive? Yeah, quite possibly. Nice. We can at least be a distraction for a turn, right? At least. I was just feeling so confident about this. I should not have been as confident as I was. Yeah, and then we kind of back off. It's not over, but it's looking like it could be quite close to being over. It seemed not that hard. It didn't. It really didn't. But it just kind of got away from us with our kind of cards and everything that we had. It's hard to really describe, you know? It just kind of... It just got away from us. That's it. They're quite low, so it's not like completely... Look, there's still some chance here. We just need to be so smart about it. I still have a few things that I can do, right? Gift of the Void is a pretty nice attack. If I can continuously kind of do these things, keep my allies safe, long rest here when I can.
Now that's a lot of damage!
That's a load of damage. If we play around this environment a little bit, maybe? The heal one would be a terrible turn for us. The heal one would be, like, just backbreaking, really. Attack 2, attack 3. Retrieval's looking terrible right now because I don't think I'm ever getting it back. I wish that was in my discard right now. Can they really do much? But they can't beat a 12, right? I'm just getting +1. I mean, I need the extra attacks. Now we got a hatchet with no axe. Yeah, which is going to make this really hard. All right. Now it's over. Wow. Even if you burn a card to prevent damage, yeah. Is there a way for me to get towards the axe here? We could be down to one guy. Need to keep taunting fate and give and take, I think. Black Boon's a very interesting one. But it probably is the one to cut right now. Right, this stuff. So we kill this, stun this, heal. Right? Easy. Void Walker default attack 2s on our ways to victory. Could well be. Here would give me a nice gift of the void next turn. Another nail biter, yeah. I can't have this guy heal. I really can't. So I could just disarm him and long rest, right? We don't really achieve anything, but we get our goggles back, which is pretty important here. Alright, retrieval doesn't do anything. We're not playing that at all. Goodbye, retrieval. It's going to be a win. I like your enthusiasms. Okay. So we short rest and we go stun. Default attack 2. I mean, it's nothing glamorous, but I just can't have him heal. I just feel like if he heals, we lose. What would you know that poison dagger is actually going to come in clutch, chat? Actually is going to come in clutch. At some point, use the bottom of Lure the Void and the top to give and take. Yeah, hopefully. Don't think it really matters which of these I use, so we'll just go for that. Ooh, where's one curse gone? Okay. Right, so now he can't heal. So we don't have to worry about the heal turn anymore. The heal is blocked. So that's kind of important. Now I can definitely go for more of an all-in play here. Like Gift of the Void. You can Lure of the Void as well. Just go for the double-double. I mean, like, the problem is one's ranged and one's like... Well, I guess... Yeah, no, it's a bit too all-in, I think. I could just go early here and do... Gift of the Void. Right? And then hopefully we just win. Just place our outs. We got a bunch of curses, though. We got 4 curses in our deck right now. I guess it doesn't matter with Gift of the Void. Good long rest to get goggles. That's why we did that on the hatchet that turn, right? Oh, I suppose, right, you mean right now? Sure. I guess we could. We've got 1 curse, 2 blesses. Yeah. Might be worth it. So if we long rest here, then what do we need to do? We need to disarm. So I need to short rest. I need to get Taunting Fate. Or I just tank, right? I just tank a hit. What's the worst that could happen? Alright. Doesn't really matter, right? I guess we'll keep the earlier initiative. I could probably long rest here too, just in case something really bad happens. Like if we were to miss, right? Draw a double curse. This guy can't heal himself now anyway. So really, I don't care. I could still long rest here, and I could still use Gift of the Void on the following turn, so... Nice. Ooh. Kind of close at the end there, huh? Let's leave that extra gold for the Void Warden. She deserves it. Another close one. I definitely underestimated that third room. Oh, she's long resting anyway. Doesn't matter. Ooh. Oh yeah, she's resting. Doesn't matter.
It certainly doesn't give you pleasure. You find a necklace. One Sandy had
Ooh.
described in detail
Nice.
as never leaving the neck of her husband.
Easy scenario, just like expected.
You can
Exactly.
bring at least some peace to the blacksmith's widow and inform the city guard about this.
Not as close as the last one, though.
Still, you have a sneaking suspicion this isn't the end of the trail. These robed men were certainly all underlings, which means Roland is still out there. One could make the argument that this is the city guard's job, but you search the cabin.
Every time Void Warden and Hatchet are left struggling. Yeah, to be fair, they seem to be the ones that are left to kind of clean up the mess.
And one building is clearly marked. Surely it could.
The thing with the Red Guard is that, like, one moment he's there, like, fully tanking, all good. Then in one round, it just all goes down the toilet. He's like, nah, I'm dead, guys. What can I do? It's like the one turn he misses his shield or something, or he gets some really bad modifiers drawn against him. He's like, that's it, guys. I'm out. See ya. Not doing a very good job with these battle goals, though. Look at that. Red Guard. MVP. Ooh, 3 experience points. I guess losing that, losing the favorite there really didn't do us any favors. There was a period of time in the second room as well where we just couldn't get to it. It was a bit awkward. And we were killing things so quick with the hatchet that we weren't even able to get the XP bonuses from follow through and whatever it's called. Ricochet. Not ricochet. Repeat shot. Couldn't even get the XP bonus. We were killing them so quick. Didn't use the favorite a lot, yeah. Yeah, just they were dead. He just one-shot everything in the second room. And then was like, oh, didn't get any of his XP bonuses. New perks unlocked. That's kind of nice. Misplaced goods. A ritual in stone. We leveled up on Ruby as well. Level 4. Why is it not letting me... Huh? Oh, that's kind of weird. Didn't look like it had like a new thing here. Right, level up on Ruby then first. Level 4. Remote detonation. Destroy one obstacle within range 4. If you do, perform attack 2. Target all adjacent enemies to the destroyed obstacle. +1 attack if we consume fire. I actually really like the top of this. This is the card that I am most excited to play with the Cragheart, right? Just rock slide, chuck a rock down, then immediately blow it up with remote detonation. I think it's going to be super cool. And then you can just rock slide again, like get that card back and rock slide again. Because the problem with rock slide is that you put so many obstacles out that you then don't have anywhere to put them. So you're like, oh no, I can't really, like I can't use rock slide again or to put some more sort of damage onto those enemies. It's a remote destination, blow them up, get some extra damage, then just chuck another obstacle there again. The following turn. Super cool. Yeah, this card, I don't think this card is like really very good for like for this playthrough, for just the Jaws content, for me playing this character as it is. But this is like the card that I'm most excited to play with the Cragheart, for sure. Like it's gonna be so much fun to play with the Cragheart. Yeah, I can't wait for Wednesday we play with this. But I do think that it's maybe just a little bit too cute for Deadly, right? 63 initiative is, yeah, bad. Create 3 damage traps and empty hexes within range 4. This is pretty bad value as well. I mean, obviously it's just 2 XP. Maybe you do it towards the end of a scenario. But as you can see, we're already finding ourselves just like completely exhausted by the end of the... by halfway through the last room. In every scenario so far, I don't think Ruby has ever got to the end. So she's just not in a position to have like, oh yeah, we can get this for 2 XP. There might be a few little situations when this could come into play, of course, especially if we could put them all like in a row sort of thing and then push one enemy through it, right? That could be 9 damage, but it's a lot of setup. You wouldn't take a card that specifically said like, oh, do 9 damage, right? Like, for example, the Fearsome Efficiency on Axel, the last card we saw, we didn't really like that card, and it was a very similar amount of damage. Of course, this is true damage, but it's a similar kind of effect. I feel like trap cards can be useful, and I do actually quite like Lob Charge to try and influence the enemy and just get some pure damage in. So traps can be useful, but burn trap cards are just, this is a bit gross. So yeah, not something that I would really like to do. A bit of fun, and it's fun to play with, but I don't think it's particularly good value, like a value burn, really. Especially as it's a bottom as well, which means that you'd have to be in the position that you wanted to be to then play them. Like, it's a little bit weird. You couldn't, like, perfectly maybe get them where you wanted them, because you'd have to sort of plan ahead. So a little bit weird. Extra Fuel. Now, this is a card that I like a bunch. So 17 initiative. Our earliest initiative we've seen yet. Thank God. Hallelujah. And look, it's got a big move on it. It's the thing that I said I wish we had at level 1. I wish we had a low initiative with a huge move on the bottom of it. There it is. The top is also really, really good. Attack 3, add +2 attack, wound, and gain 1 XP if the target is adjacent to a wall. So it's basically just a powered up crushing weight. You get wound and you create fire on top of like the usual kind of crushing weight bonus, and it's on 17 initiative, so it's nice and early as well. The bottom move 5, consume fire to get an attack 1. A little bit underwhelming on any other character, but this character, she has so many +1s and +2s that she can add to her attack modifier as she improves, that attack 1 can easily be an attack 3, like when you draw a +2, that can quite easily happen. It also has some nice synergy with Wind Up. I personally don't play Wind Up, but it actually has some really nice synergy with Wind Up too, because in theory you could play them both on the same turn and immediately get an attack 3 with the bottom of this, right? You could play Wind Up, Extra Fuel, immediately get an attack 3, and then on your next turn you'll also have a charge of Wind Up left as well. So can actually work really well with Wind Up, but just not something that I'm particularly leaning on, but yeah, something you can do. Also creates fire. Yeah, creating fire here as well is really nice. Nice for the red guard, nice for us. So more elements is always good. This will probably improve her a lot with another reliable attack. Yes, absolutely. See, this is obviously the fun card, I think. It's fun, right? This is going to be a lot of fun. But this just enables this character so much, because now you can suddenly zip around the place whenever you need to. You're going to be able to get decent attacks off that are worth the investment of you kind of getting stuck in to do it. And that wound will give you some like residual kind of value even after when you're dead or whatever. So yeah, I think for me, Extra Fuel is like kind of like the easy pick here, because it's just an incredibly good valued Gloomhaven card. Whereas Remote Detonation is obviously very fun. And actually, if you were playing with the crack art, I think this is the better pick. But at this point in time, we're not. So it's got to be Extra Fuel. Are there other classes that unlock through personal quests in Jaws? Not in the physical game, but in the digital version, yes, you do have a retirement goal. So in theory, it is possible to, you could retire and you could play regular Gloomhaven characters through Jaws of the Lion if you wanted to. Yeah. It's all possible. Perks. We got 2 available perks. So this is where we can start to go a little bit crazy. Remove this -2, right? And if we wanted to, we can also go with this now. And we have no minus cards, right? And our +0 is just a poison. How good is that? To know that you're always going to be drawing at least what you have. And then we have Dust as well, coming up soon as well. It's pretty crazy. It's kind of difficult to decide between these two. I'm sure that there is probably mathematically a correct one to go for. Probably Heighten would be mathematically the correct one, because it's an increase of damage of 2 right there and then. Like, Poison's one of those things where sure, you might use it, but if the enemy lives because you drew a +0 when you really wanted to draw a +1, you're gonna feel pretty bad. So, although yeah, poison's useful, but it's more useful when you know I'm gonna poison that, then on the next turn I'm gonna attack it. Like, you work around the poison. So I think we're just gonna go with heighten. Remove 1 is always good. Yeah, but we do have strengthen. So, you know, we have ways of not drawing this. So, on most of our big attacks, we're going to be aiming to do like the big one. We're going to be strengthened, so I'm not too concerned about that. Plus, you know, we've got like crushing weight is like an attack 5 anyway. -1 is only a 4. Like, that's not so bad. I felt like getting the opportunity to draw a +2 on a strengthen draw and try and kill something is very good for her too, because she just doesn't want to be hanging around. But this is absolutely very good too. We will be getting this. So we'll probably go like this, then this. Then we'll probably go dust. And then we'll just be all in on improving again. I really like it. And if we were playing regular Gloomhaven, we should get this. But because we're not playing regular Gloomhaven, we will not be taking Resilient. But this was a perk that was added just specifically to allow this character to play in the regular campaign, and it's very good. So definitely take this if you're playing regular Gloomhaven scenarios, and take it pretty early, to be honest. Well, as long as you're not just playing Jaws. If your aim is to play all of Jaws and then switch on to regular, then don't worry about it. But if you're mix and matching, or you're playing a bit of regular, then this is very good. What's the level 4 card? So the level 4 card we're going with is Extra Fuel. Over Remote Detonation was the other card, which is the fun card, but ultimately not the one that's the best for us. So Extra Fuel, we can find a nice little spot for it now. Let's see what we can do. Could swap out Explode, but I feel like we want to keep another big move just in case we want to use this for the top. Piston Punch is pretty underwhelming, but with the fire that we're going to be making, we've got a chance of maybe using it. I think it's probably Rubble here. I don't really like our initiatives on this character right now, but like, I kind of feel like we should be playing Implode just so we can go late at some point. Explosive Blitz might be actually the one to get rid of, thinking about it. But it's a good door opener. Yeah, it's a tricky one. I feel like Explosive Blitz is not very good in digital in general. Sorry, deadly in general, not digital, in deadly. Because whereas using Explosive Blitz on lower difficulty, you go in, you stun all of the enemies, or a good majority of the enemies. Great. Then the option would be like, okay, my team's going to come along and hopefully do some damage and maybe kill a couple of them. I feel like the enemies hang around for too long, that a single burn, 1 round stun just isn't very valuable at higher levels of difficulty. You really want repeatable stuns, and the top of this attack is pretty underwhelming, considering that Fire Bombs is, you know, a good replacement for it. I think that's fair. See you, Mineral. Good to see you, buddy. There's something satisfying not having any negatives. Yeah, definitely. You know that you're going to draw pretty well. All right, everybody got a perk, didn't they, that time? Right, where are we with you? Replace 1 plus 0. See, this is like the perks for the hatchet. A little bit underwhelming, right? Just a little bit underwhelming. They're not bad, but not being able to get rid of your this -1, this -2 just feel kind of bad. So whenever you have the choice between +0 with poison and +0 with wound, always take the one with wound, because this could do damage immediately, whereas this is obviously hedging on damage in the future. If you end up coming 1 damage short, but you went before the enemy that turn, then they're going to die to that wound. So +0 and +1 wound is almost... It's like basically +2 with potential for it to be, you know, an extra point of damage the following turn too. So it's essentially a +2 if you go early enough. Well, I mean, even if you don't go early enough, it's kind of still a +2. This is okay, but not really what we want to do. This is obviously just straight up more damage, though. Be nice to draw some more +2s, but then, to be honest, this is just better. Replacing is very good. Replace 1 +0 with a... No, these are all rubbish. Let's skip this, I think. Anything else? Replace 1. So this is additional +2 damage. But it's a +1. Let's get this. Gouge. Simple, easy one there. Remove 1 -2 and add 1 +1. That's pretty damn good. We don't attack a lot with this character. We're also not going to use any of these items. Is it better just to add like +1 shields to maybe draw them? We want to do damage, so let's get rid of the -2. It's always good, but I do feel like with this character in general, because we're not actually drawing attack modifiers, maybe the ones that we do want to draw when we do attack are going to be stuff like shielding. I don't know. Or elements, maybe. Could be a good one. I one-shot a lot. Do I need wound on it? Yeah, for when I come at 1 damage shot. That's the whole point of Wimp. 1 damage shot. And it ensures that you one-shot stuff, kind of. You know? It's kind of like what you want. We're not quite in a position where we're going to get constantly strengthened yet. We get decent advantage, but we're not all advantage at the moment, so we'll just take some nice simple perks that just help us out. Like, wound is always generally good as well, like on, you know, high health, like high shield enemies as well, right? It's always good. So there's some situational uses of it there too. Replace 1 -1 card with 1 +1 heal 1 ally card. That's kind of interesting. This character's perks just are kind of boring, right? Price +0. I mean, these are just so boring. I mean, sure, this is stopping me from, like, on my attack 2s, maybe not getting a -1. Heal 1, no matter the range. Yeah, this is being infinite range. Wow. I wonder if you still need line of sight. I wonder if it's like Dooms or if you actually need line of sight. I don't know. All the poisons and wound around, useful to have. Yeah, I suppose. If we draw this, it's okay. The thing is that we're only attacking at the end of the scenario when we probably shouldn't be needing to attack, right? It's like a really awkward situation. It's like, we're attacking because we're going to lose, so we have to use like default attacks. And in that situation, yeah, not drawing a -1 would be very good. So, yeah, that would probably break us if we drew a -1. Right. Well, I think that will conclude today's session, guys. I think it's a really good progress. Beat 2 missions. You can't complain at that. That puts us in a nice position so that tomorrow, on tomorrow's stream, we can go straight into either Misplaced Goods or a Ritual in Stone. So, I believe these are... Oh, no, sorry. Misplaced Goods was her mission, right? Yeah. So we'll probably... I don't really want to do the side missions yet. I think we'll go do this until we finish the first 5. Then maybe when we open up, then we'll go from there. But we'll finish the first 5 tutorial missions. And then from that point on, we'll maybe open up and we'll start doing some of the side missions too. I'm also quite keen to just get these guys up to level 5 before we start cracking through the side content as well. Because I think that's a lot of fun. Doom Compass? Yeah, that's right. You're right. We did get that, didn't we? Should we just sell it? I mean, seems a bit of a waste, though. It's quite good. Maybe I get rid of the power potion for the Doom Compass for now. Yeah, maybe we rocked the Doom Compass over the Power Potion for now. Seems fair. Doom's Compass is the best trap to sub. Yeah, you're not wrong. We do have a lot of push and pull ourselves anyway. So Doom Compass, I feel like, has less value in a party that obviously has a lot of that. But what she can do is, of course, ensure that something is next to a wall. So then we could do a really nice, you know, crushing weight bottom into extra fuel top type turn, which could be really impactful at some point, right? That could be a lot of damage if we do that. So I think that she is actually probably the best person to have it. Maybe Void Warden, because of course we've got a lot of like possession stuff going on. So with Resigned Frenzy, she could make sure that we keep the chain linked up, or with some of these other ones, like the move ones, right? Where is it? The one that moves all of them one. Where's that gone? This one. Close to the Abyss bottom as well. So she could, like, you know, move them like a little bit closer to then move them away or whatever. Like, you know, there's some... She's definitely got some movement stuff that you can do. So she would probably be a good user of it too. But certainly not for 50 gold. She's only got 3. So we'll keep it on Ruby for now. Sounds good. So 2 successful scenarios today. Really happy about that. Hole in the Wall had been nerfed since our previous try on the previous episode. We didn't manage to actually play through this until the devs had patched it. So they managed to patch it in between those 2 attempts. They basically just removed the shamans, which I think was a good move. It was a quite hard scenario, even for someone like me who plays a lot, and I'm still learning these characters. I'm absolutely not playing perfectly, and in fact, I still ended up struggling quite a lot in Hole in the Wall because I was playing pretty bad in certain spots, I thought, but I got away with it, luckily, so that's good. But yeah, I definitely haven't been playing quite as good as I have been. As I've been learning these characters, trying to work out the best time to do things has been difficult, so I feel like we're getting better, and 2 successful scenarios on this episode, so I'm really happy about that. Thank you again to the supporters over at patreon.com/managerequest. I really appreciate it. And to you, Mike, as always, buddy, I really appreciate that legendary support. It's very kind of you, dude. Thank you. And of course, come over to twitch.tv/managerequest if you'd like to catch an episode of this live. I usually stream it on Mondays, but I'm also streaming Wednesdays and Sundays as well, usually Jaws of the Lion or something, or community saves on Sundays now as well. So if you'd like to come and maybe play some multiplayer with me or with other members of the community, then come by the stream on a Sunday. Okay then, all that's left for me to say is thank you all so much for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Bye.
I think still, yeah.
Oh,
Scout
that's the blessing from Cowboy.
Yeah.
That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?